How we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Good morning. Let's just jump right into some games, shall we? Let's try this pile of cards out. I assume the answer is it's not very good, but it spiked to tournament finish. Hey, what's going on, Thunder? Thanks for helping organize the tournaments. I'm having a blast playing all the community stuff for Pocket. Morning, Kieran. Howdy, Husky. Jacob. Start with some research. No, second basic is a little sad. If we had a Misty next turn, it would be correct. Gonna take some viewer deck submissions today. If you're a sub on the Twitch side or a member on the YouTube side, you can follow the directions in the pinned message to make that happen if you got a deck you'd like to send me. We don't know the X speed or the leaf here is a big deal. Okay, we hit the Misty. Can we hit the heads? Getting a knockout point here would be huge because it means they can't let the Moltres die. Yeah, it's a big deal. There's a weakness-powered poison tentacle here. Lovely, lovely. Put a little bit of Pidgeot EX eggs today, and I liked it. Yeah, I think that deck's fine. Executor can frontline for a lot of different things, and Pidgeot is definitely a solid backline. Metsu Fathom, thanks for coming back for over 5 years. Good morning, good morning. All right, assuredly we find another basic here, yes? Noise. I'll put energy on that just so we can retreat it potentially. I think I'm gonna play the Lumineon deck one more time. Maybe we'll play it all week, but I've been having a good time with it. All right, so 25% for Hypno to win the game on the spot. Sleepy birdie. Not so sleepy. Imagine if, like, any of these cards had just, like, been in Giovanni. Instead, we're here. Hypno is one of those cards that, like, people have, like, consistently been putting in pocket decks since the game release, and I've just been like, you know what? I don't know that I believe that this is a good idea. Oh yeah, we actually don't have any deck submissions yet this morning, right now. We just fired up. This is one of the decks from the new decks roundup that 8-2'd one of the tournaments over the weekend. So I was just farting around with it on the meantime in between time. I think we're super dead here at this point. He did another attacker that was not coming. Born in Frenzy. Play format all-star Lapras EX as our lead here. Got them quaking in their booties. I have a Leaf to maybe be able to bail out, but it's gonna take a little bit. Ooh, that is a scuffed Pokeball. Two Drowsy, 2 Tentacool, 1 Articuno in the deck at the 20%er. Trying to make Melmetal Butterfree work, but I feel like I'm missing a bit of something. The thing you're missing is probably the fact that this format isn't really kind to trying to heal small bits. I think Melmetal's an alright card, but Butterfree really is just not. Retro Crypt, thank you for the 7 months. I think I would be incredibly surprised if they don't eventually patch out the ability to use Wonder Picks too with specific friends. I feel like that's an oversight in their economy structure that'll probably get corrected at some point. Usually things like that end up costing the gotcha machine money get fixed relatively quickly once the company's aware. Curious how they'd even go about fixing it. It's actually super simple to fix it. You just make it so people's Wonder Picks don't show up in your Wonder Picks unless you were friends when they opened the pack. Because the way those things work, people open packs and then add the friends after the fact. So you just make it so the only packs from friends that appear in your Wonder Picks are ones that were opened after you became friends. Alright, girl, do your thing. Yep, that is definitely your thing, Misty. Don't think it's possible for us to beat this Pidgeot EX just charging up in the back here. Darby, regular Articuno, and Vaporeon. Andy Huho, I assume you mean the new Vaporeon? Starmie, regular Articuno, Vaporeon. And Starmie EX? Which Starmie? You said regular Articuno. I assume you did say regular Starmie, so you mean Starmie EX. Hey, welcome to a live one. How dooms? Yes. Okay, cool. That's fine. I'm ready to build a deck. This deck is, we might give this one another try later. I feel like we ran a little bit bad there, but not optimistic for that one after playing a couple with it. When I saw the deck list, I was like, I'd be skeptical this is good. After playing a couple, my skepticism remains. Alright, for our first viewer request, we're looking at EX Starmie, regular Articuno, and new Vaporeon. I know you stream because it's your job, but do you miss playing Marvel Snap? No, if anything, I'm actually losing money playing Pokemon Pocket instead of playing Marvel Snap, so I'm not here playing Pokemon because I think it's a good financial decision. It might be long term, that remains to be seen, but in the short term, I'm definitely have less subscribers and probably viewer count doing Pocket than Marvel Snap. I just really have not been having fun with Marvel Snap, and I've been having a ton of fun with Pocket. I've decided in the short term I can cost myself some revenue for the sake of having more fun while I do my job. Is promo EVA worth including any decks that you know of? No, I don't think so. I think you're basically always supposed to play this one. I think the chance to have a super high roll is a ton of value. Squirrels, thanks for the 10 months. Welcome back. All right, we take our first Twitch ad break so it doesn't happen while we're in the middle of the game. So I'm gonna tap that now while I'm putting this deck together. We're gonna be playing this viewer deck when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. If you got a deck submission, you can send it in. We've got this one up, and then the next one is up for grabs still in a little while. Misty. It's definitely an X speed angle. Leaves us 2 slots at the end here. It's possible I want a copy of Leaf to move Vaporeon around as well without losing too much. I feel about geo breakpoints here. We're dealing 90s and 60s. Leaf is possible. Because pulling Vaporeon has a retreat cost of 2, but X-speeding the Vaporeon out still leaves us 2 energy to move, so it's probably fine. I'm gonna start without Leaf, I think. I'm gonna put like 1 Geo, 1 Sabrina. And we'll see if we feel like we need more move stuff around. Because Starmie has a free retreat cost, which lets us kind of fudge the how many we need. Yeah, Geo to clear 100 hit point things on occasion sounds lovely. RST! Thank you for the over 2 years. Yeah, Vaporeon is one of those cards where, like, it reads as an effect that's incredibly powerful. It just hasn't played out in any of the top decks wanting at the moment. You know how big of a player base this game gets? I mean, in terms of revenue, it's off the charts. We don't really have good, there isn't like a Steam charts equivalent for mobile games. The best thing we have is like, you can see like downloads in the App Store, but there's not like a clean way to get like total daily players or anything like that. All right, we're gonna start here. This viewer request was Starmie EX, Baby Articuno, and new Vaporeon. Oops, I clicked the wrong scene. One real question here, chat, is should I flare one of these Starmie EXs I have? I opened a third one. What are my flare options? Bubbles or blue stars? So fancy. It's so fancy! That bubbles? I don't know. I feel like Starmie deserves stars. Staryu has yellow stars. It's a Starmie. It's not a bubbly. Alright, pull the trigger. Committed. Isn't Articuno EX just straight up better in this list? The number one thing you could do to improve as a card game player is completely and wholly delete the concept of things being strictly better or strictly worse from your vocabulary. Too often, players use the word strictly better when what they actually mean is situationally better. We get $125 worth of points for their Starmie EX. Maybe I'll have to go Wonder Pick hunting again. I forgot how many pack points I'm at. There's a few. We're at 830. So that's what, like $80 worth of points. Well, maybe we'll have to go Wonder Pick hunting again this weekend. So I got my Ericas. Porygon! Oh, Porygon was psychic. Is that actually cracked, chat? You get to use it to tell you when you should slab? I swear, if there is a remotely playable Porygon 2 in the upcoming expansion, I think this card will be real. Expansion slated for the 29th. The data mine say the 29th, and the previous set release data mine was correct. So obviously no official confirmation, small grain of salt, but that is a track record we have 1-for-1 hit on so far. There is a Porygon Z as well, yeah. There it is, chat. Look at that. Data scan and then mythical slab. Actually cooking. Was really kind of hoping to draw another basic here, but we do at least have our freshly flared full art Starmie. Yeah, I would be curious to see if they give us more spoiler time for a big set. They gave us like a teaser video with 3 days notice for the first mini set. Can you tell which card is flared from hand? You actually can't. I won the 50-50 there. Not when they're the border flare instead of the face flare. There's your Pokeball. Articuno. Articuno. Lovely. If you're looking to send in a viewer submission, there is a message pinned above each of the chats with instructions on how to send that in. We played extra a minimum of 20 minutes, but I'll get played longer than that if it's something reasonable. I just have a 20-minute floor in case someone sends in a troll submission. Can we do Pidgeot, Aerodactyl with regular Pidgeot? Yeah, I can give that a go. So if I crack them for 90 and they clear us back, the Articuno finishes, but the concern is they'll have the stage 1 here, which deals 40 for 1. And then they can clear with that, and then I'm not set up. Oh, that only has 70 HP though, right? So Articuno plus Giovanni still has us covered there. Thank you for the submission, Bakog. Be happy to jam with that. So their hope here is like, hit me with my own paralysis demon and buy enough time to get their stage 2 online in the back. But they don't have a stage 1 this turn. They probably don't have time for that, yeah. Swing and a miss. We're all dead here. Starmie EX is so powerful. It's one of the reasons I've been enjoying the Lumineon deck. How they win with 0 points. If they were able to work up to their stage 2, it survives a hit from Starmie Papa. So if they would have had their stage 1 on the previous turn and then paralyzed me, they would have been able to switch to that. Hey, Eagle, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate that. We're going to run back the Lumineon Starmie deck in the tournament this afternoon. This morning, we're playing viewer deck submissions. We're going first. We open Staryu. Charmander. Misty? Misty? Should the devs remove meaningless coin flips after the Pokemon is paid? 100%. There's a few different quality of life things like that that could be improved. Like, when you Sabrina your opponent and they only have one thing on the bench, it shouldn't wait for your opponent to click on it. It should just be like, hey, there's one option, put it up. What an Agromander here. I could probably write a 2-page list of quality of life features the deck editor needs. I'm talking about in-game quality of life features when you're actually playing matches, but yes, the deck editor is also pretty scuffed. Saved flares, being able to view the whole deck list at once, deck code import export. There's a lot we need. Alright, we have the X speed, so we're all done here. This card's just so good at punishing bad starts. Just like, oh, you stumbled? Allow me to crack you for 90. You could have won with Staryu plus Giovanni. How to give you a 24-hour timeout for being aggressively wrong. Charmander has 60 HP, Staryu does 20, weakness is 20, Giovanni is 10. It's not. Believe it or not, 20 plus 20 plus 10 is 50, not 60. We'll see you today. First energy advantage of the Starmie Mirror. Cracked, says local man about to get mistied. I think there's some opportunity for hidden gem decks. You think the meta is solved? I would be incredibly surprised if a unknown deck in the current metagame suddenly became a new top tier deck. I would not be surprised if we continued having random things spike tournaments. I'm actually gonna put this energy on the back Staryu here. So that way if they go Misty Heads into this and clear this, I'm not behind in energy. I have the two Starmies, so like next turn I could go Starmie, retreat, crack you. There's actually a mistake on the opponent's part. They should definitely have put the energy on their back Starmie so it didn't take a hit. Now I get to be the first to crack here. Whereas if they would have had the energy on the back one, I wouldn't be hitting their one with 2 energy on it, so. Do you know how many games you played during your stream? Absolutely no idea. More than 2. More than 2's a solid bet. Our EVs have been so shy today. It's a shame, because I would love to. I actually really like the idea of lead Starmie and then shuffle up to the Articuno once this takes a hit and then paralyze people. Okay, Misty bails them out of their bad energy allocation to start here, but we're still ahead since we had first energy advantage. And we get an EV. Noise, noise. Definitely want second Articuno rather than second EV, second Vaporeon. I think full art EV from Genetic Apex getting power crept is my saddest thing that's happened in this game so far. The full art EV for the base set is so adorable. I'm sad that it's not optimal to play it anymore. Patter, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. I would expect trading to be restricted to same rarity for same rarity, but there's actually just 100 different ways they could form those details. It's impossible to know. Lumineon gamer. Would a supporter that allowed you to evolve a Pokemon the same turn you played it be too strong? I don't think so. I'm not even sure that I'd play that card in any decks right now. A lot of the problems with decks that have evolutions is just not being able to find your evolution pieces consistently. Not that you can't evolve them the same turn you play them. Hey, Bardic, thank you for the tip. Appreciate it. Oh, you know what? I should actually X-speed here, because if they have Misty Fidian, or Misty Lumineon, they can clear my Staryu. So yeah, I should have put this up. Florges, Porygon, Tauros, or Mew, and then Slab. That sounds like a ton of fun, Bardic. Alright. Bailed out of my bad play by good variance. Definitely messed that turn up there. That's something that almost assuredly won't happen. Atchi. You'll probably never be able to get pack points other than opening packs. Starmie is just such a game ender. So many where you're like, all right, beep beep, hop in my Starmie Jeep and run you OVER. Speaking of running people down, I think it's time to hop on the bike. Oh. Biking the morning after squats day is the most painful. As Pocket boosted viewer numbers on the YouTube side of things? Yeah, like Carrier. The Pocket live stream numbers on YouTube are about 2 to 2.5 times what Snap would hit on that platform for live streams. Usually have somewhere between 5 to 700, whereas Snap usually had 2 to 300. Twitch is relatively flat though. Do you think we'll see a card with 200 plus HP in the next set? Is Whale Lord gonna be in the next set? It's hard to know how quick they'll hit those type of power creep metrics. Drudagod Marshadow, probably Golem stuff here if I had to guess. Yeah, Blissey could maybe be one, like a Blissey EX, I could see that. Steelix maybe, but a Steelix with over 200 HP actually isn't even that relevant because it'll assuredly be weak to fire, right? And like the big deal about a 200 breakpoint would be you survive a Charizard. Though could be relevant in other spots, but from the perspective of like, okay, what are we doing and why is this breakpoint important? It would be less exciting. All right, I'm gonna need you to clear this Marshadow for me, Eevee. Rats. Oh, I forgot to put my coin. Oh my goodness. I totally didn't even notice. We've been playing for 20 minutes. I didn't put any of my sleeves or coin on. Rip. Speaking of quality of life features of the deck editor, favoriting cosmetics, anyone? Get another Kudo charged up here. I have a Starmie in sight. Oh my goodness! We were so close! So close to greatness, chat. No goal. Thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Eggs! Thank you for the over 2 years. Morning, good morning. I like how they healed 20 here, like my Eevee wasn't about to knock this out anyways. Welcome to Thunderdome, my dear child. Rats, unlucky. Praise a lot. Thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that Prime support. Alright, how are we beating a Golem? Does it involve a bunch of Ice Beam heads? Probably. Probably. Eevee. Guess we'll play around red card. This is a general comment that also specifically applies to a person. There's someone on the Twitch side who's asked a question 2 or 3 times now, and I've responded to your question with a chat command. So if you're gonna ask really commonly redundant questions on my channel, you'll usually expect there to be a chat command that answers it. So don't just be listening, and when you ask your question, be keeping an eye on the chat as well. There's a good chance the answer you're looking for appears there. I wish we had chat command, says the YouTube viewer. Yes. Don't you? Okay, so I only have a singleton point. So I'm gonna need 2 heads on Articuno to clear Golem. I'll do 30, 30, and then this could do... No, it's 3 heads even, yeah? I don't know how we beat them once they're set up from here. Definitely not like that. Yeah, it's 30, 30, 30, 70. So with 160, we would have needed 3 heads to keep them paralyzed. So pretty low odds there. Oh, I forgot to put my cosmetics on. That's fine. We're almost done with this deck anyways. Maybe we'll play a little more. It's been fine. Yeah, take an ad break. We'll do it then. Oh, that's a good point. The damage reduction requires them to attack. So I would have only needed 2, right? Because the first one hits, they don't attack the following turn. Yeah. Good call. We're going second, and we have esports EV ready to go. Let's get him. Yeah, I'm gonna play the Lumineon one more time today, because I've been enjoying it a lot. Maybe we'll do something different tomorrow, but it's my favorite tournament gameplay deck. Really, I'm really just tired of playing decks inside of tournaments that auto-lose to Gyarados, so... It's like that or a Hitmonlee deck, and I think I'd rather play that for the time being. Yo, Baba! Thank you for both the 16-month resubscription and for becoming our latest Hoaglandia Shillionaire. Be sure to ping me on the Discord side to get access to Beverly Shills in the subscriber Discord server. And our next Shillionaire will only have to spend 999,779 shillings. Aw. Speaking of Gyarados. Kenobi, thank you for the 47 months. Welcome back. I'm actually gonna take, someone asked, do you have any favorite retro games on a handheld you'd recommend? I'm actually gonna take the incredibly controversial stance of I really enjoy modern game design and most retro games don't spark joy for me. Eevee is out for blood, doing his best far-fetched impersonation here. A lot of like retro style games, like they created longer playtime by being like tedious or difficult to get through a lot of the time. That's just not the type of gameplay I find fun. Not a lot of actual content in them. Okay, Eevee 9 heads. I mean, it did 2 and 2. I think Eevee can lift with the legs. See, I really don't mind cutscene heavy games. My preferred type of non-PvP game is like a game that doubles as a movie. So like it's an upside if it has like good combat and stuff like that on top of it, but generally speaking, I like to experience my single player games as like interactive movies. All right, they hit some heads on Misty, so assuredly we're gonna hit some heads on Articuno here, yes? That's how this works. That's only fair. They got 2 heads on Misty. I get 2 heads on Articuno. Turnabout's fair game. Did I evolve Eevee there? Yeah, maybe I should have played Eevee out. Blue, dabba dee dabba die. If we draw Staryu, I don't even need... God, that's so unlucky. My bottom 8 cards have 2 Pokeballs and 2 Starmies in them. If we would have drawn Staryu here, I wouldn't need another heads to win the game. But alas. Got him anyways. Unlucky in some ways, lucky in others. This card's super solid. So like Final Fantasy 16 or Detroit Become Human? I don't think I've played Final Fantasy 16. I like Detroit Become Human though. I've also played Witcher 3's main storyline, start to finish, twice. Both on regular and New Game Plus. I'm a daily Genshin Impact enjoyer, and then other things I play past that are like Witcher 3, Horizon Zero Dawn, Detroit. And then there's like full movie games that are like Until Dawn or Quarry that are also fun. All right, I gotta play a little bit more at this one because I'm enjoying it, but we need to take a brief pause for the cause and run some adverts. We'll play a couple more with this when we get back, and then we're gonna slide along to Pidgeot Aerodactyl as our next submission. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It's a free little bit of engagement to help the content reach some more people. I've got 2 viewer decks in the queue after this one, but if you would like to get yours queued up, you can submit it using the link pinned above the chat. I'll be streaming for a while yet today. I enjoyed that land. I don't know how I feel about Mawika riding a motorcycle, but the rest of it was good. They did a good job. I like the direction of all the different characters having the overworld exploration type things. Extra movement and stuff is nice. Wipes, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. How long do I stream usually? Typically I'm live for at least 5 to 6 hours a day. And depending on how our tournament runs go, we'll stream a little longer than that. But usually I aim for at least 25 hours live a week. We do more when the viewer numbers are higher and there's new set drops or stuff like that, but we try to be pretty consistent. Is there a method to the pack system? No, there's no pity system or anything like that in Pocket. It's all pure random. Yeah, it feels like there's been a community tournament either at like 11 a.m. or noon my time basically every day during the week, so long as that continues to be the case with people running them, I intend to play one every day. Unless I have some type of hard stop commitment that I have to leave for, but most days I have the flexibility to run late if we have a good run. Oops. I was totally chatting, forgot to put my cosmetics on while we were talking. I was like, I'm gonna put them on during the ad break. Totally didn't because we were chatting. All right, fixed it. I am completely unplugged from everything Marvel Snap related, not following or keeping up on it. Feel like I'll be happier that way. You mentioned in another video how you had to spend to get a full pack set. I think you said 300. Was that just all the draws or including points to craft? On average, it takes about 100 USD to get 2 of each mechanically unique card out of a pack. But again, that makes an assumption that you're running approximately average. It's not a guarantee. So if you low roll and like open a bunch of the same 3 diamond or open a bunch of the same 4 diamond, you're not going to get complete for that price. You tried Arcane Rush? Yeah, I did a couple of sponsored segments for them. Their game's a lot of fun. I like auto battler style games in general, and making them async I think is a good innovation. Yeah, I'll play another Star You Up. This could be a quick game with the XP and the Star Me here. What do you mean when you say mechanically? So, mechanically unique means the actual text that's on the card is unique. So, like, a full art Starmie and a non-full art Starmie are mechanically the same card. They're not mechanically unique. If that makes sense. So when I say $100 gets you all the cards, I'm saying you're not getting all the 2 stars or gold or whatever for that. You're just getting all the actual game pieces. All right, if they have an Erica and hit a couple of heads here, we could be in trouble, but they're gonna need to run the 25%er after this. Your questions aren't remotely frustrating, as I've often said in the past, being a Twitch streamer is a lot like being a parent to a toddler. You gotta speak slowly and repeat yourself often. I've been doing this a long time. As long as you're not being rude or passive-aggressively asserting that I'm wrong about something, like bring the questions on. Vaporeon is a sweet draw here. This kind of setup is really slick, I think. Being able to like take a hit with this and then pivot into Articuno here when your stage ones line up is really clean. Nice heads here. Articuno's gonna get to be full health now. Glandia has been my go-to home for work hours for a year now, and I love that we get actual competitive content in tournaments. Yeah, Damien. I hadn't realized how much I missed competing in card games until the Pocket tournament circuits or tournament offerings popped up. Because I used to travel to play a ton of competitive Magic the Gathering. And I kind of fell out of it because it wasn't convenient and it was expensive. So I got kids and can't really travel now. It's been great to be able to work it into my normal work day and just play it from home. Even on like the weekends, like when I could fit in a Saturday tournament, like I woke up at 6 a.m. on Saturday to play in a tournament that I 6-3'd. Just like, yes, please, more to play. All right, if they don't have another Celebi here, the Sabrina with the Starmie is actually lethal. This is a really, really good showcase of our deck here. Just kind of exactly what we want to do against a more meta deck. Why not put in Vaporeon? Because I want the flexibility to be able to put Starmie up here so I can Sabrina and win the game next turn. That's fine. It's fine if they knock I put the Vaporeon up, it has a retreat cost of 2. I guess I could have, with its ability, shuffled them around. It might have been fair to put the Vaporeon up because I could have moved energy from Articuno to retreat and still had this line. That might have been better. I had X speed too, technically, I suppose. What's the purpose of being able to place a card next to the active spot when playing it? So nothing right now, but I assume there's some code in there for stadium cards that'll get positioned there eventually. Would be my guess. What is it about Starmie that makes her such a threat? It's both the ability to deal a lot of damage quickly, 90 for 2, and the fact that you get to retreat for free. No, it has nothing to do with typing advantage. In fact, the best fire deck in the game leads on a Pokemon that's weak to lightning and Moltres, so if anything, water doesn't really have a lot of weakness advantages right now. Starmie is good because it hits hard and fast. Almost an easy game, Misty. Probably still an easy game, Misty, regardless. Cracking starting next turn with this is going to be pretty difficult for them to overcome. Deba, that's all, folks. All right, I'm gonna let this one go out on top. That was a fun build. The core idea really executed well in practice. Being able to lead on Starmie and then, like, once it's taken a hit or two, pull it back for free and then use Vaporeon to switch to Articuno to start paralyzing and chunking for damage. It was really strong when it came together. And then, like, Starmie EX is Starmie EX and just, like, picks people apart with some consistency. Thank you for the submission, Andy. All right, what's our next pile? We've got a Pidgeot Aerodactyl EX. That's base Pidgeot here. And we've not played it a minute. And they're on the Fighting Dorks. Hitmonlee is stellar right now. Two Arrow, a Marshadow, and then two Amber here. We're playing in the tournament today. Lumineon is my plan. Is your tournament going to be before or after the new set release? It's going to be on February 1st, so it should be after the new set releases. I just confirmed a second sponsor for the tournament. We're going to have over 1,000 USD in prizes for the competitors, a mixture of both cash and product to give away from the folks that are sponsoring the tournament. We're going to have signups with all the full details up on Friday, but if you want to save the date, it's going to be February 1st. It'll be free to enter on Limitless. The only hard and fast requirement is you're going to have hardware that's capable of sharing your screen upon request. If you're doing well and we ask you to come share your screen for a feature match and you're unable to or refuse to, you will be removed from the event. Will I be doing all the judge calls myself? No, absolutely not. It's not great coverage when the tournament person casting has to keep pausing casting to, like, handle judge calls. So my wife is going to be the tournament organizer for us, and then we've got at least one other person that's going to help manage judge calls on top of her. But Christy's run large events for us in the past when we did Magic the Gathering stuff, so I wouldn't be surprised if she was capable of wrangling it all on her own. All right, let's hop into a game with this one, huh? We have a guide for people to screen share. No, I'm gonna expect you to know how to do it before you join the event, so you should figure it out. It's literally just join a Discord channel and hit a button, but you should make sure you know how to do that before the event. I think I'm leaving these bench slots open because we have a Hitmonlee and a Marshadow potentially. Sounds like you're rehiring the group that managed your Magic tournaments. Yeah, my same buddy that helped me run coverage on the production back end is going to show up to help me run production for this. My goal is to record 3 full matches start to finish every single round, so we basically have no downtime. We have the hardware and setup to do that in my basement. I have a guide for how to use Pocket on LD Player. You can definitely do that from PC and share your emulator screen. I mean, to be fair, having the time-shifted multiple matches is not trivial, righto? You need to have an extra computer capable of running streaming software for every single one that you wanna record, and then you also have to have some technical know-how to set it up. In fact, every time I go through and have to set it up for tournaments, I was just going through setting it all up again on the latest computers in my house. I'm reminded that it's 2025 and getting network file sharing set up on Windows is still like an actual nightmare from the Middle Ages. It's like, why is this remotely a thing? Oh, punished for not playing the Pidgey out. We might have had a shot here if I played the Pidgey out, but because I didn't, we're dead to the Sabrina. I should have put the Pidgey out with how set up they were. We would have needed to draw the Aerodactyl EX, but there was a decent shot we did that. Meet up with my fighting deck and immediately hit 2 different psychic players. Wake up, sheeple. Gonna be power up the Mars Shadow angle here, methinks. Noise. Put energy on Mars Shadow here, so if Hitmonlee goes down, we can clear this on the backswing. Kinda hoping to draw Aerodactyl here so they can't evolve in the active spot. Would slow them down a little bit. Decline playing Pidgey out this time because this evolution here does 10 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon plus weakness. So that's only 70, right, if I don't play a bench? Yeah. They could have an evolution plus a Giovanni. Could clean us here. There's one. Do you have the other? Not the Giovanni. We're in an okay spot. You get to swap to the Pidgey and then get a second good hit on a Mars Shadow, which would be nice. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna play Pidgey out to play around Sabrina. We're gonna X speed out of here. Oh, I suppose they're clearing Pidgey in one here, though, yeah? And then I actually can't use the Marshadow again, because they'll clear it on the backswing. I'm going to need to hit my stage 1 here next turn to maybe have a shot. It's going to be a pretty big maybe. I have 2 of those at 6 cards. They have EX Gengar on curve here. Yeah, Geo Aero clears this, but I don't have a plan for beating the Gengar if they have it. I have Gengar plus a 3rd energy next turn. I wish they would add some type of ladder or ranked. I don't have the urge to play as much if it's not competitive. What if I told you ranked ladders are not competitive? Would that change your feelings on them? What if I told you that any system where you can substitute playing more games for playing better is inherently not competitive and is actually just a hamster wheel that incentivizes you to play the game more? And it's perfectly fine to enjoy that hamster wheel and enjoying watching a number going up and running on the treadmill, but just like, don't for a second confuse the idea that a hamster wheel is actually a competitive outlet, because it's not. Why not Marshadow first and Arrow after? Because they have 2 knockout points, and the Marshadow's a 10. Yeah, and I think the Gengar here means we're just torched. Yes, competitive is kind of like a mental sleight of hand to make grindy sound more valorous, is such a apt way to put that. Ooh. Are we gonna sneak this out? If they don't have a Sabrina, we might sneak this out. I think people want more rewards for playing and winning than just the experience. There is not a single digital mobile card game I've ever played that gives you endless rewards for just playing games constantly. And ladder systems don't give you endless rewards for playing the game constantly. I think you're right that a lot of people just want more free stuff, but they don't want to sound greedy and say, I want more free stuff, so they say, I want a ranked ladder. But, like, the PvP events we have in Pokemon Pocket are quite literally them giving you free stuff just for playing the game, right? It's just associated with this event instead of being associated with a ladder treadmill. Litter, thank you for the 26 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Ladder systems function in terms of rewards exactly like the PvP events, where they have a static set amount of rewards that you get each season. Yeah, if you're interested in the brand that makes my bike chair, you can click either of the Amazon links there and then search bike on their storefront. Company Flex a Spot makes what I'm currently pedaling on. I think having prizes attached to events are such an elegant way to do it. It's such a good middle ground to like give people some rewards for playing the game periodically, but not tie it to like this treadmill. Yeah, Flexospot makes my standing desk as well, Hyper Type Hero. Been working with them for a while. 10 out of 10 would recommend. So if I play a ranked ladder but don't play well, I will climb. Depends on the ladder and depends on what you mean by climb. But again, I'm not saying you can win 25% of your matches and be successful on a ranked ladder. What I'm saying is a system where a person who has a 55% win rate with 1,000 games is ranked higher than someone who has a 60% win rate with 500 games is inherently not a competitive system. So again, it's not even to say that you can be terrible and be at the top. It's about saying being at the top doesn't mean you're meaningfully better than the people underneath you. It just generally means you've played significantly more. And the reason why these type of ladder systems aren't wholly skill-based is because wholly skill-based, ELO-based ladder systems discourage people from playing the game. Because if a system is purely ELO like you see in a game like chess, especially when there's variance by design, you get to a point where your rating is at a certain number and you're better off just not playing. Because it's more risk that your rank will go down rather than continuing to play. There's a Hitmonlee. And we're probably done here at this point. Gyarados just has such a trash matchup in any Hitmonlee deck. Even if they hit the evolution for this other Magikarp next turn, they're going to be down in energy, and Hitmonlee is going to soften this up to a point where we can finish with something else when it finally comes to the active spot. Another thing, and this is a really big deal in a game like Pokemon Pocket. You want a ladder in Pokemon Pocket? You know what a ladder is going to get you in Pokemon Pocket? It'll be Misty the game. Because while Misty decks aren't top tournament decks, they're probably good enough, Gyarados aside, I'm talking like Articuno Misty Cheese. Like, the Articuno Misty deck is like good enough to win the game 52 or 53% of the time, and it does that really quick. So having a worse deck that wins faster is a great approach to do well inside of these events. To do well inside of that type of structure, I should say. We're evolving. Where am I putting this energy? I think it's Aerodactyl. I think it's Aerodactyl. That's close, though. Is it worth joining tournaments if you're still fairly new and inexperienced in battles? I think if you've got the time to play in a tournament, you'll probably learn more from playing best of 3 than you will from just random ladder matches. And a lot of the tournaments are free to enter, so you should 100% just giddy up in and check it out. We actually just win the game with Marshadow Pidgeot here, actually, yeah. Yeah, one of the nice things about Marvel Snap structurally is because the games are all the same number of turns, there's not an incentive to play, like, the aggro deck. And some decks take, like, slightly longer to win, but not a meaningful amount. And the cube aspect of Snap changes the dynamic as well. I would like to take my revenge now, please. I would like more of those wins event, the 45 or 5-win draw. I think 2 per 6 weeks is a really good pacing for those. You don't want to make people feel like they should play the game like a job. Tingety, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. I'm going to play the Lumineon deck again in the tournament this afternoon. It's been my favorite competitive off-meta deck lately. Good lord. Someone asked a question that by their own admission in their question, they said, this is a stupid question. And I responded with, your question is answered explicitly in the first 60 seconds of the video. And they got really upset that I didn't spoon feed them the answer in a comment. Entitlement of freaking video gamers knows no bounds. Actually just wild. Lightning Drudagon, you say? I feel like most people in comments don't actually do. They don't. It's the weirdest way to ask for a ban. I mean, they let me know that me telling them they should watch the first 60 seconds meant that they were never gonna watching it anyways. I was really hurt. Oh, probably Dragonite's a good call. Hitmonlee probably means we're done near them. Why take the time to comment and wait for a response? I mean, do other folks genuinely leave comments asking creators questions not expecting a response? Like, I don't know. I think one of the things I do, like even your comment here, Nate, right? Like, I think one of the things I do well as a creator is engaging with my community. I just also expect a certain amount of respect from the community, right? And like, even in that instance, right? Like, it's honestly disrespectful for them to ask a question that's like point blank answered. I just like gave them a nudge back and say, hey, your question's answered explicitly in the first 60 seconds. That's just like a go back and you should listen to the first 60 seconds and you'll have your answer. But then they came back and were rude about it. I don't know. I don't think it's unreasonable to be like, hey, yeah, and in a live environment, sometimes things get missed, but on the YouTube side, like, I think it's reasonable to be like, hey, someone asked a question and I'm gonna point you back to the answer. Really big on teaching to fish, as opposed to just like spoon feeding all the stuff. The stretch kick on the Hitmonlee here softens the frog up, so Marshadow can finish it, which is nice here. So even if they have the swap into Greninja, they're not going to be in a good spot. Now, I'd be really surprised if the current version of Dragonite was competitive. My poor Pidgey. Hopefully we can find our stage 1 here. Nice. Easy game. Just keep kicking. I'd be really surprised if they created a support card that makes the existing Dragonite playable, and they don't just, like, give us a Dragonite EX at some point. Yeah, I think Melmetal's a fine card as is. It's better than Golem to set a low bar, which people play way too much of. They're 2 turns off of attacking with this. Oh, you know, is it a mistake to... Yeah, I'm probably supposed to put the Aerodactyl up, because if they leaf back and crack us for 80 this turn... Yeah. Yeah, this is a mistake. I should have... Oh. Oh, honey. Okay, so they made a mistake back. Now I get to drive off, and then they have to put the Dragonite up. Or they die. They probably just didn't realize they could take a knockout point. A lot of people play this Dragonite deck in a very linear way and don't parse the fact that Tail Smack's a real attack. And they had to put this one up now, and now they can't evolve it. Oh, I guess if they would have put it up in Tail Smack, they would have had to retreat to evolve it. So maybe this was just a Primeval Law win more than anything here. Yeah, I think they're between a fossil and a hard place at this point. Well, there's no cards in my deck. LOL. So they could... They could have Dragonite high roll and win the game next turn. They could put 150 here or 100 here and 100 here. That being said, we are pretty likely to be good here. All right, RNGesus, take the wheel. Clean. And that's just kind of like textbook Dragonite. Their evolution finally came together, their energy came together, and then their attack is also RNG and doesn't guarantee to win the game. He's such a cool Pokemon in design, but there's just like way too many RNG hurdles you gotta jump over in order for it to be reasonable. All right, we're gonna play some more with this deck when we return, but we need to take a brief pause for the cause and pay some bills by letting the Twitch ads roll. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Remember, as always, if you want to dodge the ads, you can subscribe on Twitch. Thanks for hanging out. On the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button if you're enjoying the vibes of the live stream. We got about 500 people hanging out over there and only 184 like button pressers. Those are rookie numbers. We can pump those up. Listen, YouTube gamers. When I was talking to your significant other the other day, they told me you had a problem finding the button, and I defended you, so don't prove them right. The like button is right there. If you're on mobile, you just close the chat for a second, and then you press it, you're good to go. I believe in you. Find the button. What does the like button do for you? The YouTube algorithm is a mysterious and terrible thing that measures a bunch of different things, but engagement is one of them. So chatting, tapping the like button, having the stream up, all of that helps the YouTube decide to promote stuff more. Elite, thank you for the 3 months in advance on Twitch. I appreciate the subscription. Welcome back. Engagement for the throat of YouTube, something like that. All right, 30 more seconds of cardio, then we're gonna stand up. I threw this shirt on after I took a shower last night. I didn't realize until I crawled into bed that it was glow in the dark. I was like, where's that light coming from? I lifted the blanket up and I was like, oh, that's neat. It's nice and shiny. Howl at the moon. Was it last night or tonight's the first Wolf's Moon of the year? Yes, I think it's tonight. Oh, it was last night. You're right. One of the nights. I remember seeing something. Meowth Greninja, you say? Can we get a Pidgey? Think we just open on kicking the baby here then? It could be right to put an energy on Marshadow, because Marshadow's weakness-powered revenge clears the Meowth in one next turn, but the Froakie's definitely the threat long-term, so they're going to lay into that. My favorite deck to play. I've really enjoyed the Lumineon Starmie deck, which is why I've been playing it in tournaments lately. It's a good mix of feeling like it has a lot of player agency while also being reasonably competitive. I'm kind of at a point where I don't want to play any tournament decks that are just dead to Gyarados, because it feels so bad to be helpless in that matchup. So we're Hitmonlee, Lumineon, Zebstrika enjoyer for tournaments lately. And we find a baby bird. Oh, that's pretty unfortunate. I guess it means that if they clear this over 2 turns, I can finish stretch kicking the Greninja. Because if they Payday plus Shuriken this turn, I hit it again, and then this one comes up and finishes it. No, the reason I haven't played the Blastoise deck again is because it's not great against Gyarados. I might end up running that one in a tournament again because I like the rest of its matchups and it plays one of my favorite cards, but it is... Unfortunately, decks that don't have things that attack the bench have a tough Gyarados matchup. With the one exception being the Wigglytuff Executor deck has an okay Gyarados matchup. See, the Charizard deck doesn't even have a good Gyarados matchup, though. The Charizard deck is, like, just the only thing that's 50-50 into Gyarados. And I personally find Charizard to be an incredibly boring deck to play. All right, if we draw our 1 Giovanni or our Pidgeotto, we can clear the Greninja. Should be nice. Oh, that's annoying. If they have a Giovanni for this active one, could be in trouble. The second potion means I can't clear the Greninja with the bench hits either, right? I think that's actually going to be the game here. I'm trying to envision what a route to victory looks like from here, and I'm not seeing one. The Mars Shadow is notably not active here because our Pokemon didn't get knocked out by an attack. It got knocked out by a Water Shuriken. Double Potion plus Greninja on curve here is going to be a little bit too much to overcome. Delmise Gamer. Empire for Hire, thank you for the 55 buns. Appreciate it. All right, we've got a full bird line here and an old Amber. I'm not quite sure what I would do with this last bench slot yet, so they gotta chill for a second. If I hit an X speed, something that's notable here is that deal 30 into deal 70 would clear this out cleanly. Would not be a bad pickup. Nice. This live stream pre-recorded in front of a studio audience. Please cue the laugh track. I assume they have bench Pokemon and they just didn't want us to be able to Hitmonlee them here. And then here, I think we make them pick between giving us a Snivy and putting 70 damage on Celebi, yeah? In an Erica or a potion now, or they have to bail out. So they can't clear us this turn even with good variants. We get to get another energy on Aerodactyl, and then if they don't have second Erica, the Pidgeot attack into the Aerodactyl attack does clean this out. They're gonna be 13 cards into their deck, though. If they hit the Erica, we could top deck our one. All right, they had both Ericas. Can we draw our one of Giovanni? If we draw our one of Giovanni, we're still playing a game. Oh, so close to greatness. That's fine. We're gonna draw the Geo. They had both Ericas. Come on, hit me, dealer. I deserve it. They had their stage 2 and both Ericas. Edge. Going first with the full Pidgey line guaranteed is quite solid. To go 30 into 70 on 3 and 5. If they don't end up with another basic Pokemon, the Pidgeot will be able to clear the Ralts next turn, even through an evolution. Well, they just don't have it. Okay, well, that's great for us, obviously. Expecting a leaf for an X speed there. Crack him with the wing. And then Mewtwo's a whole heck of a lot less scary if they're not getting free energy for it every turn. I think if you are someone who enjoys traditional TCG gameplay, Pokemon Pocket is easily the best modern traditional card game I've touched. I think you are correct that the starting game rules are very simple, but that makes the game easy to get into, and it doesn't mean the game doesn't have a meaningful amount of depth. People often confuse the difference between complexity and depth. Complexity is barrier to entry, whereas depth is the amount of decision making that you have inside of the games. Chess is a good example of a game that is relatively simple on the surface, but tends to have a lot of deep gameplay as you go. I will say Pocket's first set, if you're familiar with Snap, I would say Pocket's first set is somewhat comparable to like Series 1s and Series 2 cards. There's definitely more simple designs in it to start, and that's typical of card games. Pocket's going to have its first big expansion released at the end of this month, and I imagine as we get more sets over the course of this first year, the complexity will scale up a little bit in terms of cards as well, just organically as the game matures like is common in card games. But new games almost always start small when it comes to their base set of cards being a little bit more simple. To match up. Hitmonlee's not a bad pickup here. Maybe a mistake to have played the Pidgeot on the bench. I don't know that I want to commit this just yet because I could have an Aerodactyl as well. That's one of the things that's tricky to think about with these decks that have more than 4 basics is you don't always want to play out the second of some of them. You can spend $1 for 2.5 packs. That's the most efficient deal. That's not a base rate that you get constantly, right? The daily pass or whatever is maybe close to that rate, but when you're buying packs for just gold on demand, they're about 80 cents per pack. You like Pidgeot EX? Yeah, I think Pidgeot EX is solid. We're playing viewer decks today, so this is a viewer submission. This deck list did also post a 7-3 finish at one of the community tournaments recently as well, though. That Pokeball is bricked at this point, yeah? Alright, I think we're gonna try and kick down the Ralts. I don't know if it's a good plan, but it's the plan that we've got. Alright, they have their stage 1 or a potion. They're 14 cards into their deck, so it'd be pretty unlucky if they didn't have their stage 1. Oh my gosh, we take unlucky. We get to put an energy here, we kick the baby, and then if they clear Hitmonlee with Mew, Marshadow dealing 100 to it means that the second Hitmonlee is probably lethal long term. I guess it's only fair, they're missing their stage 1 and so are we. The variance makes the game go round. They could retreat to the Mewtwo is probably the safer play for them. They did not take it. Okay, a lot of these Mewtwo decks do not have room for potion. This taking the knockout with the Mew could be a game-losing mistake for them. I'm gonna play the Fossil out here, I think, because it kind of hides our plan. And I can, if they just retreat this back to something else, I can put the Fossil up if they clear the Marshadow and then discard it later. Although I guess there's no guarantee they clear the Marshadow, but they're also only at 1 knockout point here, so we've got some wiggle room. The only punish for this line is if they don't knock this out and then they end up finding a potion later. Could maybe get us into a medium spot. Oh, we can just discard it from the bench. Yeah, good call. Oh my god, I played my energy. This is what I get for listening to chat. We're clicking too fast. That's fine. It's gonna be all right. Mistakes were made. When do you think Pikachu EX will fall off? I think Pikachu EX is gonna be a competitive tournament deck for a long while. Alright. So, our deck won that game. However, I fumbled the execution. Details. Blue is pretty common, yeah. One blue has become more common inside of those for sure. Helps them in the mirror match. Jeff makes so many mistakes, it's kind of crazy for his knowledge. You know what mistake I don't make? Banning assholes from my chat. Be gone. Classic armchair quarterback. You try watching 2 chats and a Discord and making sure your stream stats stay connected and everything else while also playing. That's something people in general are really hostile about that you hear a lot. Not even just content creators who are playing while distracted, but even just their opponents. You'll constantly hear people be super rude about like, oh, my opponent's terrible. They made an obvious mistake. Just like completely devoid of the fact that like they are regularly playing Pokemon Pocket and it's not the only thing that they're doing. Like I want you to sit and think about yourself for a moment and think, how often you are playing Pokemon Pocket, and playing Pokemon Pocket has your 100% undivided attention. How often does that happen? Are you playing and doing absolutely nothing else with nothing else going on in the background? Basically never. Is the answer. So, contrary to what wankers in chat often like to say, that like Twitch streaming is some kind of competitive advantage, it's very not. And there's a reason why, like, when I'm playing tournaments and stuff, I make a point to say, okay, I'm closing the chat so I can focus a little bit more. I'm married with a kid. At most, Pocket has 25% of my attention. Yep, accurate. Gosh, I feel like we've had our one-of Marshadow as our lead Pokemon so much during this set. We have a couple of X speeds, so like we have ways to get around it, but it's so annoying. All right, looking for a Hitmonlee and an X speed. All right, there's one of the two, and we have a turn to draw the other. I think I'm vibing on these bench slots again here, because ideally they're like Hitmonlee plus Pidgey. I don't want to overcommit. Hopefully they don't have Gyarados. Oh, baby, a triple. What we're seeing here, gamers, is why Gyarados has a lot of 30% matchups. What you're currently witnessing is why Gyarados has the most polarized matchup table in Pokemon Pocket. Win hard, lose hard. Ka-cha! Alright. Listen, we had 2 Hitmonlees and 2 Pokeballs in the deck. Okay, at a research. Nice, Misty Gamer. Okay, they switched so they could evolve. So if they X speed this out, they can push this energy up to the Vaporeon next turn. So we want to put an energy on Mars Shadow, because if they attack with Vaporeon, they can clear this Hitmonlee on 60, and then Mars Shadow can kick this on the backswing. We'll put this down to 90. This is a skilled Misty Gamer. And unironically, we're still fine unless this is second potion or blue. It has to be second potion. Wait, what? They're not... That seems wrong. I mean, I'll take it, but that seems like it's gotta be wrong. So, man, that was quite the 66%er to lose. I think I want to build up a second Aerodactyl. Gives me a lot of HP they gotta punch through. Things that can't evolve for 100, please. Still no. When you beat the 8 heads Misty game, sometimes lucky rubber ducky. Right. I like this build. I see how this deck ended up being successful in its turnaround. I think we're going to play... I need to get to our next viewer deck submission, but I think I'm going to leave this one in the deck editor, and we'll probably revisit it some more later so I can get a full proper highlight for the YouTube side at some point. It was a fun mix of things. Enjoyed it. All right, so our next viewer submission is Florges Porygon with Slab for consistency. All right, we're gonna get that put together while this ad break rolls. Our tournament is going to be starting at the top of the hour. There is still room to get more viewer decks in, but be aware that It's going to take us a little bit longer to play them because once the tournament starts, we'll be playing the viewer decks in between the tournament rounds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Got almost 500 viewers over there and only 279 button pressers. Think we can pump that up. If you want the deck list for this Fighting Bird deck, it was in the new decks roundup that was posted on the YouTube channel yesterday. You can grab it from there. Is there any possibility of Superior finding a home outside of Celebi? That would really surprise me. It feels like a cookie cutter, this is what that card is supposed to do type thing. Definitely an X-Speed deck. On at least one Geo. Lane Gaming. Harkin. I would love to do some lane gaming. Thanks for the tip. Definitely get to that between rounds today. Is it just me or are the ads on YouTube very constant? I'm gonna profess I don't know exactly how YouTube ad works, but I should have, I believe I have it set so it only plays ads when I tell it to. Yeah, I have it set to insert ads manually, so it should put an ad every 40 minutes when I click the button. But if you're getting them more than every 40 minutes, YouTube is lying to me about how it works. I'm not gonna play 2 Porygon, I'm gonna play 1. Drawing 2 of that card sounds atrocious. Drawing 1 sounds fine with Slab. I think I want to play a Jinx. We'll play a Jinx, a Tauros, and a Mew as tech cards. Then we'll play the what's it called line here? Seems fine. My Kingdom for default Flares, Pokemon. My Kingdom for default Flares. Howdy, Alex. Life's good. Hanging out, playing some Pokemon. Made the decision that we're just going to be an all Pokemon stream for January. If our sub count stays strong on the Twitch side, it might just be an all Pokemon stream for the foreseeable future. I really can't say that I've missed Snap. No, if Snap was enjoyable to play off stream, I would be playing it on stream. I'm not streaming it because I don't enjoy it. Bucka Druid, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. Springsburg, thank you for the almost 3.5 years. Good morning, good morning. This deck has the upside of getting to do chip shot damage with Mew, which is fun, since we're psychic. Spiral, thanks for dropping the prayer walk for support Pokemon. I've been having a ton of fun. Thanks for making it possible. Yeah, Psychic Energy makes Mew worse against Mewtwo is definitely true. Unfortunately, our deck can't attack bench Pokemon, so we probably have a bad... what's it called matchup here? The Slab is interesting. So there's technically 2 colorless Pokemon this could hit, and if I hit the Porygon helps the Slab. So I think I'm Pokeballing first here, even though this is a possibility. I think I'm gonna chill on this for now. I think I'm gonna chill on that for now. I'm not really drawing into anything that's helping me this turn, so the chance to like hit a Porygon before I do it has a lot of upside. If I was like digging for an evolution I needed, we'd fire it off, but I'm not gonna do anything with any card I draw from this, so I don't think I need to be in a rush. So, if they have Vaporeon plus Leaf or Misty Heads, we get punished for this line. But if they only have Vaporeon, I really want to crack them for 40 here, so that way Florges can come up next turn and crack them for 80. I need this to not have 3 heads. If it hits 3 heads, Florges can't heal enough to survive Starmie. Alright, 2 heads. 2 heads. We're still surviving Starmie. Or am I taking the Eevee knockout with Mew? I think I'm taking the Eevee knockout with Mew. And then next turn, they're gonna put the Starmie up and hit me, and then I can retreat back to here and heal to 100 while putting them to 50. And that leaves us in an awkward spot if they have exactly Giovanni, but in a decent spot otherwise. And a lot of the times with these 3 stage 1s, they don't have room for Giovanni in their deck. I think I'm putting this out because I'd rather Jinx get cleared by a Sabrina than my other Florges get cleared by a Sabrina. And the good news is if they do have Giovanni to clear this, my Giovanni plus Mew still clears us in the backswing next turn, and then we win. They have to retreat. They're out at this point. It's just Misty Cheese, yeah? They're not even gonna play to it. That felt slick. Infinity, appreciate the almost 2 years. Welcome back. Water deck. I'll leave Mew. Squirtle Gaming. Infinity, thank you for the 23 months. Morning, morning. Yep. Just get evolving ASAP. Alright, deck, I would like one of your finest X speeds, please, next turn. X speed ends the game on the spot. Just like we drew it up. I suppose there's a world where they have like Starmie plus Misty here, but even that we're probably okay through, right? Because they don't clear this. Oh, I forgot to click the thanks button. Sorry about it. Really not interested in negatively discussing Snap. I'd rather just focus on enjoying Pocket. There's our Porygon friend. I think I hold this until its ability is useful. This is a Mogwai deck. Did the viewer say it was their deck? Actually, my dear viewer, every deck I play on the stream is organically and ethically sourced, and I ensure that I have the NFT that gives me pure and only ownership of it. If you see someone else out in the big scary world playing one of the decks you saw in my stream, be sure you let me know immediately so my lawyers can reach out and take appropriate action. Everybody knows that in this 20-card deck building game where there's less than 300 unique cards, everything is very specific and it's impossible for two players to come to parallel ideas. So make sure that your ownership is appropriately attributed. You wouldn't download a card, don't download a deck. Net decking is stealing. It's so funny to me. It's just literally every card game without fail. The deck ownership and accreditation nonsense comes up, and it's always very, very silly. Oh no, do they have Aerodactyl? Don't you dare Aerodactyl me. All right, no Aerodactyl, no problem. We're about to clean this gamer out. They didn't respect the Flowette. Flowette draining Machop. I think I saw a Pokemon fanfic about that one time. Like one of your finest Flurges, please. All right, with the Aerodactyl on the bench, this feels like it could go either way on who I'm supposed to put the energy on here. I think I'm playing the Tauros out, but I'm gonna go ahead and put the energy on Mew, I think, to start. This healing 10 more is... Oh, wait, I could just Sabrina the what's it called? Oh, yeah, never mind. This is fine. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Who is that impression of for the youthful viewers? It's like a Cartman-esque voice, but really it's just generic card gamer being card gamer impersonation. Make sure to give that impersonation credit. Yep. Okay, that card gamer doesn't have a name, but if you've ever played at a local game store enough, you've certainly met them. Yes, our first tournament round will be starting in 12 minutes. This is going to be a Jinx as a punching bag angle here, it would appear. Definitely a power up the Tauros in the face of EX Pikachu. Mew is not great, but so I'm not going to play it out just yet, but next turn I'll probably play it out to play around Sabrina. But they're not going to be attacking us this turn, I don't think, so I think we just vibe for now. 3-month sub streak and pocket release 3 months ago. Coincidence? I think not. Thanks for the entire year. And for the recent streak here, Oliver. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. Now, if they Sabrina me and want to take this knockout, that's fine. I think I saved this last bench slot for something that's more useful than Mew in this matchup. I don't know. I think, especially not only the small deck sizes, but also Pocket's total small card pool, I don't know that any of the top performing decks we've had in Pokemon Pocket so far are decks that the community actually made, so much as they were very clearly decks the designers put into the card pool. Like, the closest thing is probably like the far-fetched fighting box like package deck that like goes around and do a lot of different things that gets customized a lot, but like even that, I would assume when the designers were testing this game that they had a far-fetched Hitmonlee Marshadow package that they expected to be good. You gonna grab the bull by the horns, Pikachu? All right, we'll see how this one works out for him here, huh? Yeah, that's a good take. The Executor Greninja deck. Maybe that's the closest thing to like a deck that's somewhat competitive that the designers didn't explicitly think of. That one's been putting up some results post Mystical Island too. I think that's a good shout out for like maybe something that was like organically made as opposed to like brewed in the lab that the designers cooked up. But again, even that, I really wouldn't be surprised. Like Greninja's attack taking a colorless energy very clearly shows that it's intended to be played in 2 color shells. And Executor is just such a good card, I wouldn't be shocked for them to have been like, yeah, this is gonna be a thing. Is it gonna be a DDN hero angle here? Just paralyze me in perpetuity? If they win a couple of paralyzed flips, they could have Pikachu clear this and then maybe be in the game. How do we feel about energy here and then X speed out the Tauros? So that way if I evolve, I clear paralysis next turn. I think I'm gonna hold the other X speed for now. I think I like this. They can't threaten to knock this out this turn. And then if I hit our evolution, we don't even care about the paralyzed coin flip. Slide seems good. And if they switch off to something else and we find Florges, it's still very good for us. And they have to switch to this. They actually die to our Giovanni top deck if they switch to Zapdos and they can't put Pikachu up. Couldn't Tauros have just cleared? No, he only does 40 damage to non-EX Pokemon. Because 120 is only EX things. This is a full art, it's not an EX. So we have 2 hits and 3 draws. That means we don't care about the paralyze. And now we have 1 hit and 8 draws that clear the Zapdos on the spot. And even if we brick on that, if we hit the Florges, we're still going to be in a pretty good spot. All right, not playing that one. Got it. And then, I mean, they put the energy on the Pikachu, but, like, they can't even, what's it called? Because they can't even circle circuit us. They only have one point, and then the Tauros cleans in the backswing. They should make a Pokemon attack that does extra damage to full art cards. Please no. I need to play my pretties. All right, so 50% for Slab to find Florges underneath here. Are there any basics left in my deck? I guess this is free to do. I don't think there are. Oh, I guess I could have data scanned and then Pokeball to shuffle if I missed. That's actually wrong. We hit it, but I could have had a redraw there. I could have had two 50-50s. Should have. First time getting to do the Porygon there. It's adorable. The Pokeball fetch land, yeah, basically. It said Sensei. So I think if we get a remotely playable Porygon 2, I think this card could be a real card. It might be close with this Mythic Slab stuff. Like, obviously Tauros carried that game, but if Porygon 2 is a real attacker, I think this card's gonna see some play. All right, we've got 2 minutes till the tournament starts. I'm going to tap an ad roll on the Twitch side so it doesn't happen during the tournament round. We're going to be playing Lumineon Starmie again today because that's been my favorite deck lately. We'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Thanks for checking it out. Don't go anywhere. Someone asked, are we still taking viewer submissions? I am, but be aware we're going to be moving to playing them in between tournament rounds, so it's going to take us a little bit longer. I have 1 more after this Florges deck, and then I could probably take, let's say, 1 or 2 more today still. You'll be waiting a minute. Throw the tournament deck up on the screen here. It's the same one we played yesterday. It's been my favorite tournament deck lately. Let's do some Melmetal. That sounds great. We'll do. Thank you for the biddies. Yes, Lumineon does 50 to something on the bench, giving you a pretty reasonable Gyarados matchup. Yeah, this deck is super aggressive. Will the tournament be limited to subscribers? It will not be. The tournament on the 1st will be open entry to anybody. Where you sign up for tournaments, limitlesstcg.com. The 2-star Starmies are very pretty. I opened a 3rd one, and now I need a 4th one, so I could flare my other one, I think. How will screen share work then? It'll work in the Discord server, Silver Oak. We'll have channels that people who are joining to play in the tournament have access to. Yeah, we're gonna host a tournament on February 1st. Full details forthcoming, but I believe we've got about $1,500 in prize support for it lined up from our sponsors. It's gonna be open entry. We're still crossing some T's and dotting some I's. I gotta put the page together, but expect a full announcement on Friday. Spraggles and I are going to be putting it on. Finishing up some branding and securing other details. Yeah, I like this deck a lot, Alex. It's my favorite tournament deck, so we're gonna play it at least one more today. Yeah, I think the plan is Spraggles will host the stream on the YouTube side, and I'll host the stream on the Twitch side. Since my Twitch channel's bigger than his, and his YouTube channel's bigger than mine. That way we each kind of get the audience on one platform while we're putting it on together. Waiting for the tournament to fire. It's supposed to be starting soon here. People do we have? So, this tournament's technically a little bit different than the free ones I've been playing in. This tournament had a $2 entry fee. So it looks like there's going to be like 30-ish people playing. But technically we all paid to be here. We'll see how this goes. High stakes, yeah. I just wanted something to play on a Tuesday afternoon. It was the only tournament running today at a convenient time, so I was like, I think we can afford $2. All right, we have a pairing. We are playing against Gyarados Greninja, which is a pretty solid matchup for us. Opponent is checked in. We have a match password. As always, we'll be looking at chat a little bit less while we're playing so I can stay focused. Tournament is now officially sponsored by yours truly. Thanks for the mini scissor. My opponent said they were pressing go, but my searching's not finding anybody just yet. All right, got him. Our opponent is playing the incredibly stock Gyarados Greninja deck. 2 Misty, 2 Leaf, 2 Research, 2 Pokeball, and then the 3 Pokemon lines with Druddigon. Lumineon ASAP is going to be important here for us, obviously. Which is nice, and we have the Lumineon. Decent start here. So it's notable that because Lumineon needs 2 energy, it generally can't kill a Magikarp before it evolves. That being said, tapping it twice for 50 after it's evolved means that you can clear it with the Starmie once it gets active, so it's still pretty beneficial for us. I like hitting Drudagon for 20 points of damage to start, because it means that a single Starmie 90 can clear it without Giovanni. If they have Leaf plus Frogadair here, we could maybe be in a little bit of trouble. I have Sabrina, though. They have their Greninja on curve, we're going to be in trouble because we don't have Starmie. I'm going to go ahead and Water Gun here for 30, though, because this way, if they don't have the Greninja, next turn I can Sabrina plus Lumineon to clear the Frogadair. So we're just kind of hoping they don't have the big frog now. Long tank into... Really? Okay. I'm incredibly surprised they put an energy on here without the Greninja. My play told them I had a Sabrina. We want to kill the Frogadair. If they want to evolve into Gyarados, that's fine at this point, I think. Top decking Greninja is more scary. Hey, you gonna high roll me? Nope. Want to draw Farfetch'd or Starmie here? I could have my cake and eat it too. No Sabrinas or anything to play out here. My deck's pretty small, so the odds of us finding the things we're looking for are pretty high. Alright, another butt pucker. Don't get 2 heads. 0 is appropriate, yep. And I had Giovanni here because it means that Starmie's lethal next turn. 40% on that. So you're gonna come down to this 50-50 on the draw next turn, huh? Autonomous Automate, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. Let's put another energy on here so that way they can't Gyarados it off and lock us out. But gotta come down to a Starmie draw here. I unfortunately don't have another Sabrina. If we draw the second Farfetch'd, it would have been the other Sabrina. I guess this could have been the other Sabrina too, though. So one slot I'm not sure on in this deck. Do I want 2 Ducks or 2 Sabrinas? Again, Lumineon only hits bench Pokemon here. And my opponent now has a second knockout point. So, gotta hit our 50%er to draw Starmie. Yep, that'll do it. Lumineon only hits bench Pokemon for people that are confused. It's a pretty big flip. If we hit it, we get to clear them with Starmie next turn. Feels bad to lose 2 50-50s in a row, lose the starting energy flip, and then lose the Misty flip on top of it. I'm going to put Starmie here and switch back to this, because if I hit the Druddigon with the Staryu, a Frogadair can clear the Staryu. So this has 20 more life. It also gets us an energy on here, so that way if they put Magikarp out, I can evolve into hitting it. And then next turn, if I hit on this Misty Heads, I can still retreat this back for free and then clear this with Starmie. See what happens with this and then make a decision. I think I clear the Carp. I think I clear the Carp with the Starmie ready to go. So if they have Leaf Greninja, they clear the Lumineon next turn. But then the Starmie comes up and wins the race into the Greninja. That's close. This is a big decision point. There's three different plays here. There's Clear the Carp, there's Aqualiner the Frogadier, and there's Starmie Clear the Drudagon. And I think there's reasonable merit to discussing all three of those lines, because all three of them are better and worse against different things my opponent could be doing here. Them not having Leaf Greninja this turn means I get to Aqualiner the Frogadier, meaning that the Greninja will be dead in one to the Starmie at any point, which leaves us in a good spot. Lumineon is not only good into things like Magikarp, but a lot of what your Lumineons do in this deck is they kind of chew the food in the back line to make it so your Starmie's 90 can clear anything in one when it comes to the front, which is a big deal. So again, I'm going to go ahead and tap the Frogadier now. So that way, if they Leaf Frog next turn, which is more likely after their Professor's Research, the Starmie comes up and clears their Greninja, and then they have no attackers. And then Starmie plus Geo is set to clear this in one, so they don't have time to set up a Magikarp. Yeah, I think the opponent would need, like, Magikarp into Misty on it into Evolve Gyarados to have a real shot here. Because they can't clear this, we'll just cut their outs here. First energy advantage again. Maybe we'll hit with our Misty this time, huh? If we hit with our Misty while going first, the Lumineon going first is actually the best possible draw we could have. I am very confident of 19 of the 20 cards in this deck. The one slot I'm a little bit unsure of is... the second Farfetch'd. Might be better as a second... might be better as a second Sabrina. Other than that, I would play all the other 19 cards. All right, we stole the first energy advantage and then some here. Anyways, I started blasting. Oh my goodness, first energy on the fish. It's a lot of hope, gamer. It's a lot of optimism. A lot of optimism in that leap out. If we find a Staryu in these draws, the game's probably done. There's a world where we like full brick on a basic, and they could potentially get us here. All right, or at least not full bricked. That one out. Can I get a flavor judge ruling on Lumineon hunting Magikarp? That seemed like it fits the natural order of things? Or is there a disturbance in the force? I really need a Duck or a Staryu here. Duck or a Staryu in 3 draws. I have another research, so a lot of live ones. I think the Staryu means we're done here. We get to put Pidgeot up and deal 20 here, and then even if they have Greninja to clear this, Starmie plus Giovanni deals 100 next turn, and we're done. Our Starmies were buried in the first game, so they got one off of us, but these last two is more typical in how this matchup plays out. Tends to be not unlosable, but very strong for our deck. All the tournaments I play in are best of 3, because best of 1 is too high variance for me to enjoy it. Losing a really good matchup because of a game like that first one would not be fun. Splish splash, do 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 do. Would the opponent have been in a better spot if they retreated to the Druid of God? The Lumineon would have just chased it down, so it doesn't really matter. So tournament round is done. There's still 3 matches outstanding. This tournament is quite a bit smaller than the ones that often go out on Limitless because it had a $2 entry fee. A lot of these are free. So we have 30 people playing today. 7 Gyarados Greninja decks. This is actually something I was expecting and hoping for by having a nominal entry fee tournament. People are way less likely to play bad decks and off-meta decks in tournaments like this. So if you want to do well with something like our Lumineon deck that I think is well positioned to do a lot of these things, you're more likely to get those matchups in a tournament like this that people have to put something on the line. How is the money managed in the buy-in tournament? Super sketch. You PayPal a random person and then they send you a code to get into the tournament. Which I assume is another part of the reason past just the entry fee. You have to trust random person online with your nominal entry. All right, hopefully they feed us some more Gyarados over the course of this event, huh? Only 2 Pikachu. I actually think this deck has an alright Pikachu matchup. It's the Mewtwo matchup is the one that's a little hard. I haven't played that a ton since I added the second Duck. Duck's very good there. Alright, we're going to be playing some viewer decks in between rounds here. We're going to continue on with this, what's it called? Pile. Florges. Deck submission. Going second, they are a fighting deck. I think I lead on Jinx just because I have this whole line queued up and I'd prefer not to get it knocked out by mistake. Research double Pokeball, just 10 cards into their deck. Looks like Fighting Box here with a Mew. 2 Mews in Fighting Box is interesting. This card is insane against the Fighting Box deck. Actually nutty. Bottoming a Tauros sounds lovely. Don't need that one. Bottoming Tauros sounds lovely. Jeff Hoagland 2025. I mean, I'm a power bottom who can grab the bull by the horns, if you know what I mean. saving me an energy on the Jinx? That sounds great. Got my stage 2 all queued up, gamer. Get to heal this right back. Are we done here? You're just gonna say that on the internet. That's what happens when you're incredibly secure with who you are. I think playing Mew in the fighting box deck is fine. I think playing 2 is probably bait. There's 15 minutes left in the round, but there's only one match still outstanding, so hopefully it fires a little early. Do you ever read YouTube chat? Absolutely not. Only if I get hazard pay. This is definitely a Tauros matchup. I'll play another one of these out in case this ends up having to get sacrificed here. Take back what I said about Tauros looking good. Jinx cleans Delmaizen too. I'm just gonna let the Flabebe die. We'll get our Psychic charged up here. Pokemon Pocket's Set 1 metagame is literally the best first set metagame I've ever experienced in any card game anywhere. It's really, really well done. I'm gonna be curious to see if they can keep it up going into the next expansion. All right, our next round has paired. We're waiting for our opponent to check in. We're probably dead here anyways. We have been granted our request of a second Gyarados Greninja matchup. Exact same 20 cards we played in the first round. There's not a lot of variation in these decks. What other card games have you played? I made content full-time for Magic the Gathering and then Marvel Snap before this, but I play at least every digital card game at least a little bit to get a feel for things. But Magic and Snap were the ones that have paid my bills before Pocket. As always, I'll be a little bit less attentive to chat so I can focus up during the games. Behave or the mods will bonk you. If the leaked trade mechanics are true, I'm going to be really upset. You should always be skeptical of leaked information. You should be extra skeptical of leaked information that makes you mad. There is a monetary incentive to make content that makes people mad. Actually, insane start for us if Misty hits here. Remember, it's not that you can't attack on the first turn, it's that you can't attach an energy. And this is why Misty is in this deck, despite all of our Pokemon attacking for just 2 energy. Misty is here because she lets you re-flip the start of the game coin. So now, because Misty hit, we get to have our cake and eat it too. We have first evolution advantage and first energy advantage. This is a different opponent playing the same 20 cards, just the stock Gyarados Greninja deck, 2-leaf, 2 Misty. You know, I wonder if I was supposed to charge this up first. Makes you wonder. Is what? They'll go second energy evolve. I'll go first energy. They'll go third energy. Yeah, I might actually get into trouble here because I didn't go into the Lumineon first. And they have first energy advantage. Sabrina would be great. They have another basic. Yep. I need a Geo this turn. I need a Geo this turn or a Misty with the heads. If they don't play a bench, Sabrina's also live. Farfetch'd is actually a live draw here because how this timing works out now is I get to go, so next turn they put a third energy here, and then I get to go Lumineon, hit this to 130, they kill Lumineon, I go Farfetch'd, crack it to 90, and then Starmie finishes. So the Farfetch'd here means, because they can't both Leaf and Misty this turn. What's their line to beat me here? Their line to beat me is they need to have both Gyarados attacks strip energy from Starmie. If one strips energy from Starmie, we're still okay. But if two both strip energy from Starmie, we're in trouble. And this is, again, part of the reason why this deck is a strong Gyarados matchup. It's not just that sometimes you snipe Magikarp before it evolves, which you do. That happens sometimes. But the reason why it's good is because you can chew your food for Starmie to finish it. And they actually just don't have Leaf here on time, so we should just be good to go. The Lumineon's gonna get to put 50 more into here. Yeah, no potions, no blue for the opponent. Is there ever a world... I think I'm supposed to kill the carp. I think I'm supposed to kill the carp. I think my lose condition is another Gyarados. And I should have put my energy allocation here was bad. With killing the carp, I should have put the energy on the duck. I have left myself a series of RNG that could lose me this game because I put my energy wrong last turn. I need them to not take Starmie's energy. Okay, they did not take Starmie's energy. But if I would have put energy on this last turn, I could have started charging this up. And maybe Misty means it doesn't matter, but my energy allocation was wrong regardless of the outcome of this game. This is one of the things you want to be doing to get better. You want to be thinking critically about your games, regardless of if you won or lost. Too often, people are like, I won the game, ergo I made good decisions. They don't think enough about the games they could have played better. That they won. All right, up a game. Anonymous Lurker, who sent a tip in a little bit ago. I just wanted to let you know I have that for the viewer submission. It's going to be a little bit until we get to it, though. I've got a couple more ahead of you, and we're going to be playing the viewer decks in between rounds of the tournament. But we're going to do a long stream today, and we will get to it. Appreciate the support from people and everybody hanging out. We're playing Lumineon in the tournament, and then we'll be playing some viewer decks in between. Has Pocket been pretty lucrative so far? Not as a content creator, but the company's making a lot of money. This is not a good opener for us, holy. Real awkward. If this finds Staryu, we're in a solid spot, or if it finds Farfetch'd. So 4 really solid draws here with Pokeballs for redraws. Don't give me my 1 Finian. Can we win the 80%er? We won the 80%er. This is a very common opener in this deck. When you're going first and you don't have a Misty, your first energy goes onto your bench Pokemon, with the plan being to retreat into it. Chief Corned Beef, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. If we find the Lumineon, it's incredible. If we don't find the Lumineon, I have the X speed, and we're still in a very good spot. So, energy, Starmie, Lumineon for free retreat cost. Play a Staryu to get the other Starmie queued. Probably going to be a quick game here. Yes, our hand was awkward to start, but our first research made our hand from awkward to good. And their hand is super awkward here, yeah. Yeah, and I have one of my 2 Giovannis to clear this Drudagon in 1 here. So even if they have Gyarados, they're going to need Misty plus Gyarados. And we got the Misty too. All right, if this hits, we're really done. Oh my goodness. I'm so dumb. Now I can't Geo. My brain is bad. Oh, I have the Sabrina too. Ooh, yikes. Ignore me. We got sloppy. Let's see if we get punished. I got ahead of myself and I started just clicking buttons. If they slaughter us on this Misty, we deserve it. Alright, and now I'm going to choose to play well after making a mistake. I'm going to play this Farfetch'd out, and I'm going to retreat up to this. I don't want to Sabrina this up and hit it for 90, because if I Sabrina it up and hit it for 90, and then they hit heads on a Misty, I lose the game. So, we're just going to be a little conservative here and chew this up, and hopefully navigate to a can't lose spot after making a small mistake there. But I failed on my execution very hard there after being ahead. Then Farfetch doing what it does best and marking some damage here. They have no potions and no blues. So we just put them to 90 and then Starmie clears. There's no reason to Sabrina, chat. We're just, like, it's good. They have no heal. This is exactly what we saw in the other game. And this is one of the reasons why Farfetch is so good here, right? Lumineon into Farfetch, into Starmie, clears the Gyarados. Yeah, I can spin their tires a little bit, but we're done. What's the most direct path to victory here? Just tapping this twice, probably. How are other meta matchups? Your matchups into Pikachu and Celebi are close, and your matchup into Mewtwo is a little bit hard. Two quick, I won't say easy Gyarados matchups, because I made some mistakes that our opponents had positions. There are two and do to start. Not bad. Found the right line eventually. I'm gonna throw the deck list up here on screen. If you haven't seen this before, this means you missed my new decks roundup yesterday. You should make sure you see that every week. It's a great way to find competitive off-meta things. You scour all the tournament lists and showcase them. I'm going to go ahead and run an ad on Twitch while I run to the bathroom. I'll tap one on YouTube as well. If you're enjoying the tournament games, don't go anywhere. We're going to play some viewer decks between rounds. We've got plenty more tournament also. Thanks for checking it out. Don't go anywhere. Some more water, too. We're going to do a couple more at the Florges deck before we're done with that one. It's been a good set so far. Yes. So the Florges deck is cute. We're playing Slab and we're playing Slab and a Porygon. We're playing some games with this. Is one of our viewers submitted decks. Let's go ahead and jump on into another with it while we wait for the next round of the tournament, huh? Definitely AA first energy on Tauros angle. My least favorite part of drops for Snap is ads over the gameplay. Yeah, a lot of Twitch streamers are so bad at managing their ads. A lot of the time what I do when I'm looking to watch a live stream is I open the Twitch directory to see who's live, and then I go to the YouTube stream instead. Because Twitch is just unwatchable as a platform if people are just like spamming adverts. Alright, who's on top? Giovanni. I would like to shuffle that away with a Pokeball. Thursday, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Energy on Tauros. Pass the turn. That's how I got here. Well, on my stream, you don't get ads over the gameplay because I care and I take the small amount of effort it takes. I want to make it very clear that Twitch as a platform is better for live streamers in terms of revenue. So like the more ads that Twitch actually runs when I press the run ads button makes me more money as a creator. It's just on me as the creator to decide where those ads go so it doesn't make your viewing experience bad. 100% of Twitch streamers have full control over when the adverts appear on their stream. If you're having random ad breaks while you're watching a Twitch stream, that's the Twitch streamer choosing to have those breaks. I think I'm gonna retreat this out and let them clear the jinx here. Because if they elect to clear the jinx, the Tauros just solos them. So they kinda need to like put an energy on something in the back and pivot what they're doing here rather than YOLOing the Pikachu, I think. Yes, a number of Twitch streamers are either ignorant or willfully lying, and they'll regularly tell their audience they don't have control. That's not correct. They do. They might not understand how to control what they're doing, but they absolutely could if they cared enough to learn. Is it more complicated than just a button press on the dashboard? Well, so the way you sign up to run ads on Twitch, it technically will auto-run them at a certain point. So to control them, you have to watch when it's going to auto-run them and then manually push the button at an organic break before the auto ad goes. But also, even if you're using the auto add feature, it gives you a 5-minute warning and you have 3 snooze button pushes to do it. So even if you're not watching it that closely, you still have a lot of chances. I think I'm putting this here. It's close though. I don't want to use Slab until I can use Porygon to confirm it's a hit, I don't think. For anybody that's new to the channel, you're not familiar with me and like my live streaming background / experience, I've been on Twitch for a decade. I've been doing this as a full-time job for 7 years, so on average, I know the ins and outs typically better than people who are a little bit newer. Twitch as a platform genuinely gives you a lot of good tools to control things around your stream. You just have to be willing to learn how to use them. It's just unfortunate if you want to ignore all those tools, the experience is so bad for your viewers. Okay, so there's the Geo to clear the Jinx. Really want to hit my stage 1 here, right? So I have 3 chances and 8 cards. I should data scan first, I think, right? And now we clear that, and then we draw 2 more. So now we have 2 hits and 7 on the research. Perfect. And there's 1 copy of Geo in my deck. So if they put up the Zapdos and hit double heads, which is likely, we could draw 1 Giovanni and win the game on the spot. Or they'll need to hit double heads again the next turn. I think we're better than a coin flip to win this, so they need to hit 2 heads, have us miss the Geo, and hit 2 heads. Any individual one of those is fairly likely to go their way, but when you put all 3 together... Wait, you're... Oh, that's good for me. Yep. Enjoy. I guess they could have second Sabrina. But, like, this means I get to evolve to Florges next turn, which needs 3 heads to clear if they don't have a Sabrina. They can put Pikachu. If they put Pikachu up, they lose the game to Tauros because I have 1 point. Alright, we bricked out the Geo. It's unfortunate. So I just need to hope that they don't have, how's the next card, rip? So now I just need to hope they don't hit 3 heads. And if they have Sabrina, they still need 3 heads on the Mew. So the Mew soaking damage here is relevant. It's gonna come down to, can they hit their high roll? All right, hit me, Celebi. I mean, Zapdos. Ah, I felt like we navigated that so well, too. Rip. Hey, Alex, thanks for the submission. I may or may not get to that today. The 3 before you, I should definitely have time for. We'll see how things are going towards the end. Yeah, opponent navigated that game pretty well, too, not giving us the free Pikachu on there. On the Tauros. That's one of the reasons why I really love Tauros as a counter card. It's a card that is powerful into particular decks, but it's not like they're just dead to it, right? It's not like getting Shang-Chi or Cosmo in Marvel Snap or Eliath. Like, both players have meaningful decisions around the build-up of the card that's the counter. I can make sure that happens, Alex, if we don't get to it today. I think we're just going to do, I think a similar plan for every other stream this week. We're going to do viewer decks to start, and then I'll play a tournament in the afternoon with more viewer decks in between. All right, so we get to data scan here and check if we want to draw the top card before we research. I don't want another Florges, so we'll Pokeball and then research after we shuffle this other stage 2 away. So fun data scan interaction there for sure. I think I'm supposed to... I guess I could save it to shuffle with this next turn, but I kind of want the ability to hit the basic for this right away if possible. I don't think I'm marking damage with this. I think I'm just building up the Mew. I think the plan is to build up the Mew so it can threaten to use their Draco Meteor back at them, and then we build up this to Florges. We're going to X-speed this out. Build your own brainstorm. Yeah, basically. I don't have any shuffling, so there's no point in data scanning right now. Take a peek for next turn, though. Tauros does not have text here other than soaking damage. We'll wait to play him for now. Porygon's a little bit of a liability against Dragonite. Is Porygon in the deck for memes or is it legitimately good? I genuinely don't know. It's got an interesting amount of stuff going on in spots like this, it feels like. Yeah, it works well with Slab. It works well with the Pokeball research type stuff. I'd like to hack your genomes, please. It's definitely not good enough to play 2 because you don't want them clunking you up, but the first one seems pretty solid. Yikes. Finally come in, but might be too little too late. This is, we definitely have a board that a single Draco Meteor could pick up 3 points on here. All 200 on Porygon, please. Yeah, if we're taking requests, I'll take one of those. Oof. All right, so I'm gonna Giovanni here, so that way if 3 of them hit Dragonite, it dies. Got yippee-ki-yay, gamer. Oh, we almost did it too. Unfortunately, there's no way their Draco can fall that we don't lose the game. We could have either hit Dragonite with 3 of them here, or hit Druddigon and Greninja for 2 each. I think either of those would have gotten it for us, but alas, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Opponent letting us know they're the Dragonite professional here. All right, 12 minutes till the next round is up, but also only 2 matches remaining. One of the upside to these smaller tournaments that the rounds clip along quite nicely. Less likely to go to time when there's not 2,000 people. Flowette plus Sabrina scrambles their egg next turn. Is there any effect you really want to see in Pocket next set? I want to see more Executor EX type cards. I want to see stage 1s with good 1 energy attacks to make more decks want to go first. This does 40, Geo adds 10. We'll get to crack this omelet. But it might be DC'd, said. Johto has all stage 1s. Yeah, it has a lot of them. Yeah, give me a Houndoom. Although I guess Dark getting another good go first attacker wouldn't be useful. Houndoom's hopefully like a 2 or 3 energy attacker to complement Weezing. Alright, I'm not gonna sit here and make everybody wait for the timer. There is nothing official about trading. There's a bunch of rampant speculation about trading that's making some people upset. As always, you should be weary of leaks, and you should be extra weary of leaks that make you mad. There's a monetary incentive to make people mad in our social media age. Angry people watch and comment more, which in turn makes you more money as a creator. All I will say is we have had 0 credible leaks about anything regarding Pokemon Pocket so far. We've had some credible data mining, but data mine and leaks are different. Data mine is finding information early in the game files. Leaks are claiming to know stuff early that you likely don't, unless you have some type of inside tracker or breaking an NDA. Oh gosh, the opponent's deck is often a Giovanni deck, which Reckless Charge could clear this with this turn. Counterpoint, my uncle works at Nintendo. That's true, you know. Alright, sick. And now I get to Porygon with Slab and Professor. Sign me up, baby. Definitely not playing Tauros out in the fighting box matchup. Jeff, I've heard you talk about your history with TCGs. What about your history with the Pokemon franchise? So I played the video games casually growing up, and I've always enjoyed the Pokemon IP. Stage 1, please. Nice. And then Pokemon Unite, the Pokemon MOBA, when that released, I played a ton of it and made some kind of unsuccessful content for it. I started a little late, never had good metrics. But I have experience doing esports casting and broadcast stuff from my TCG tournament days. So I was a part of the Unite Championship Series official broadcast for their whole first year. I was a part of their first Worlds tournament in London. It's where I have some of like my Pokemon gear from. And that was a ton of fun. It just also didn't make any money. Like for example, when I broadcast Worlds in London, I think I got like 2,000 or 2,500 bucks for the 5 days or whatever it was. And my wife ended up coming with me, and we basically just broke even on the trip. And it was fun. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. But it basically was like I worked for 2.5 days or whatever out of a 5-day trip to have a net even trip for my wife and I to London. Yeah, it was fun. I'd do it again. I really enjoyed it. But it's just not something that, like, you make a ton of money doing, right? It's not this provides for the family. And then I fell out of doing Unite stuff when Marvel Snap took off, because that started doing really good metric numbers for me and was a way to provide. We're very done here, yes. Early Florges is so good, it's insane in this matchup. Hey, Pepperhand, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. All right, 5 minutes left of the round. Only one match outstanding. We're going to queue another one here, but we might have to leave before it's done. Yeah, they talked about doing that back in December, Husky. It's a strict upgrade, but it doesn't really move the needle on any of their acquisition stuff. It's still impossible to build decks if you're a new player. How has Florges been? Florges is a card that's incredibly good in the matchups that aren't just one-shotting you. Unfortunately, there's a lot of matchups that one-shot you in this metagame. But like the fighting box decks or like things playing Starmie or other off-meta stuff like that, you hit this card as early as possible, it's quite strong. I remember traveling with my friend so that he could judge a Magic tournament, 4 hours of driving, 2 days for work, paid for our hotel, and 4 boxes of the most recent set. Yep. Dead to a Geo. Our tournament round has paired. If our opponent checks in, we'll have to mail here. And I get a basic. Nope. Alright, our opponent showed up. We technically are dead here, but we got a tournament round. This match is probably a little hard for us. Our opponent's playing Executor Celebi with 2 potions and 2 Ericas. It's so much sustain. We need fast Misty starts to get him. They have 2 Execute, 2 Executor EX, 2 Celebi as their only 6 Pokemon. 2 Erica, 2 Leaf, 2 Sabrina, 2 Potion, 2 X-Speed, 2 Pokeball. It's notable that they don't have any Giovanni, because it means that they'll need 2 heads or 3 attacks to clear my Starmie with the Executor. Is noteworthy. Four basic Celebi. Executor, no superior, lots of utility here. Let's see how this lines up. Farfetch'd is definitely our best possible opener. First energy advantage is a mixed bag a little bit, because it means they can evolve into Executor right away. No red card, so I can hold the Staryu to conceal information about that. If I draw Farfetch'd on the first turn of the game, X-Speed plus Giovanni lets me scramble the egg and probably steal it for free. Would be the big advantage to having first energy here. 1 and 8 to win the game on the spot. This is 50% to win the game on the spot. Giovanni. X-Speed. Duck. Energy. Retreat. I have assembled Exodia. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. Something, play more basic Pokemon. That was so quick we forgot the tournament round banner. Our opponent has 4 basics, 2 Celebi, 2 Execute. They Pokeballed and didn't play it out. Are they worried? They must not, if it's Execute, they must not have Executor, and they're worried about this sniping it for a turn. They do have 2 copies of Sabrina here. With them not having the Execute out here, it means that at any point, if they play it out, I can clear it. They're not playing copies of blue. So if they play the egg out, we snipe it with the fish. If they don't play the egg out, we evolve, retreat for free, crack them with Farfetch'd, and we get to Misty the Staryu as well. Missing on that means we're a little bit less aggressive, but I also just don't have Starmie to start anyways. They notably are not playing Giovanni, so they have to flip 2 heads in order to clear this Farfetch'd next turn. I'm playing out the other Phidian to play around a copy of Sabrina, which they have 2 of. If we would have hit heads here, they would have to Erica for fear of Starmie, but because we missed, they can Sabrina us this turn. just Erica. Anyways, if they hit 2 heads here, we're in kind of a bad spot. Okay, we get some breathing room. This miss means that I'm able to build up to a Starmie if we draw it in 2 cards. Am I supposed to Giovanni? Giovanni puts them to 70, which means Starmie clears them through Potion, and there's still a copy of Professor's Research in my deck, so I want to Giovanni this turn so I can research into Starmie and beat Potion. Two Starmies and 1 research in my deck. They have second Erica. We always put up Lumineon here because it has a free retreat cost. Kind of lets us punt the decision of what we're gonna be doing. Need a Starmie here real bad. So they could high roll us obviously, but this is definitely the play. They're through both Ericas at this point. Saves them from Farfetch'd being lethal, I suppose. If they don't win the game here, our Lumineon's gonna take a knockout on the egg. And again, they only have 1 more potion for sustain here. Yeah, I think unless I make a big mistake, we're just locked in here. That's what I keep them from getting to an Executor, and then if they switch off of this, they're through 2 Ericas and a potion already. They need to have their second potion and retreat this, and if they retreat it, they're not clearing the Lumineon. And they'll need their execute here as well to not die to the Sabrina. So first game, really clean and easy. Obviously, high roll, free roll. Second game, good back and forth. All right. We've got 34 minutes in the round still. Let's hop on into a random queue here. How long is this one? I have no idea. I'm just gonna keep playing matches. Listen, chat. When you sign up for a tournament, you just keep playing matches until someone tells you to stop, okay? Ain't nobody got time to figure out what we're supposed to be doing. Is there a top cut? You're right, there is a top cut. I guess are there draws allowed in this thing? I guess they all right, hold on. Hold on, you're right. I should figure out if there's draws. All right, what's going on? Draws are worth 1, 6 rounds of Swiss. So we can't, 4-0 could draw. We have 32 players, so it's 15 to first, 9. Oh, we were so close to it doubling up, chat. Rip. I think we have 29 people. So it's this for placing. Top 8 cut. I don't have to play an extra round of Swiss with extra people. Nah, I'll take a smaller prize pool. one less round. What will I do with the money if I win? I'm gonna swim in it Scrooge McDuck style, obviously. It's the only legitimate answer. Anybody saying anything else is wrong, and I won't hear otherwise. I appreciate everybody that's here hanging out for Pokemon. I wasn't sure how being in all Pokemon all the time was gonna go this month, but the support's been solid and the viewer numbers have been reasonable, and I appreciate the people that are here. Pocket's a ton of fun. I'm excited to see this game grow and expand more in the future. It's already so reasonable with what we've got. It's gonna be sweet when the card pool basically doubles up here soon. Rapidash is lovely. Rapidash clears this in a head even without Ponyta damaging it, so I think I just don't take 20 and we just pass here. Thanks, Julio. I believe the data mine for the set release is 29th, if I recall correctly. It's like 6 weeks after the last one. Was Blaine lethal? It was not. You only do 70 if you hit tails with Blaine. Heads is lethal, though. Do you think Mythical Island eggs with Apex Pidgeot can force things out from behind walls so the eggs can feast? When you play non-tournament matches, do you assume the opponent has the best possible hand and play from there? So when you're playing non-tournament matches, you want to make educated guesses about what cards your opponent could have in their hand. And then what you play around kind of depends on what your hand is able to beat. Because you'll get into certain points of these games where you're like, okay, I can play around Giovanni or I can play around Sabrina, and it makes sense to do so. But there'll be other spots where you're like, well, they probably have this card, but I also can't beat it, so our line to victory is playing to make them have it. So you have to kind of evaluate when playing around something they are or likely aren't to have costs you equity in other spots. Because, like, if playing around a Sabrina loses you to other things or makes you play inoptimally, makes you win the game slower, it might not be right to do so. And that's kind of the interesting skill-based thing about card games, right? Is reading what your opponent could have from the information that you have, and then making good choices based on that. I would just remind everyone that there's no official confirmation about upcoming Pokemon Pocket content. It kind of just happens when it happens. We have some data mines, like the upcoming set releases data mine to be the 29th, but that's not confirmed. The Pokemon Pocket team does not communicate in advance to the community. Yes, 29th of January, end of the month. That's why the tournament I'm hosting is going to be on February 1st, a few days after that. So Magmar's kind of like the booby Pokemon in this deck. He's like your best choice after Rapidash and Ninetales, but he's worse than the other two, so you're kind of only playing him out when you're in a pinch and need someone to power up and don't have better options. Yeah, as someone who's worked with a lot of different game companies over the years, Second Dinner's communication is basically second to none. They're very, very good at communicating clearly to their player base in advance, and it's bitten them a few times. I actually think one of the things that was a little frustrating about Snap, to be maybe a little negative, is that I think Second Dinner ended up getting bit by the community for over-communicating a little bit, and they dialed it back in like the last 6 months to a year or so. Definitely feels like the case to me. And it feels bad because, like, they were so good at above and beyond at it for so long that, like, them going back down to... They're still probably a little better than average, but they're not quite as communicative as they once were. I'm going to, I think, still evolve this one. If we hit heads into heads, we clean them out. But we're probably in a little bit of trouble here with them having first evolution advantage. Or, sorry, them having first energy advantage. All right, that's a heads. That puts them to 40. And then if we hit heads on the Ponyta, we can clean it out next turn. All right, Fire Pony. I choose you. It's a shame we can't blade Ponyta. Well, we could, but we wouldn't be very happy with the results. Ah, rip. I think that wraps it up. They're gonna have enough time to get their backline going here. Saving our variants for the tournament. I'll take it. We're going second. We have Moltres with Ponyta here. Kind of the ideal setup for this deck is you use your Moltres to set up multiple 1 knockout point 2 energy attackers, and you just have a bunch of heavy hitters in a row that your opponent has to clear through 3 of. And your Moltres takes some of the initial chip damage, and then you pull it out of the way to start blasting. Ideally, this is a Vulpix. I think I actually put Magmar out here. On the off chance I hit 3 heads, I want to spread some over to him. If I had second Rapidash in hand, I would put the Ponyta out, but without second Rapidash guaranteed, I think we just do this. Would love to draw Leaf or X-Speed next turn so we can pull the Moltres out and start Rapidashing. Alright, they need Misty plus Starmie to be in this game. This, into lunge. Yeah, we recorded a highlight with this deck that'll go up in the next week at some point. I'm very confident that this deck list is good. I think this is the best Blaine deck by a solid margin. The non-Moltres Blaine deck is just consistently mid. This one feels very reasonable. Oh, I could have retreated to Magmar to win it. Yeah, good call. Forgot about his fiery toots. Good call out. Or talking. Attribute that one to talking and clicking. If you haven't seen this deck list before, this is one of the many sweet off-meta competitive deck lists that was covered in our new decks roundup yesterday. We'll throw it up here on screen again, but, you know, two of the best pieces of Pokemon Pocket content you can follow every week are our meta report and then the new decks roundup. Comb through thousands of deck lists and tournaments, tracking trends for you in an easily digestible video, and then call out other unique things like this one that spiked strong results. We're going to go ahead and take a 2-minute pause so adverts can roll on the Twitch side. Remember, if you want to dodge those, you can subscribe to the channel as a direct way to support what I do here and also be slightly less annoyed here throughout the month, but you won't miss any gameplay while the ads run as always. Thanks for hanging out. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps the channel reach some more people. Throw you folks an advert as well. Are Moltres and Magmar too slow? Nope. I am very confident the non-Moltres version of Blaine is bad. I am unsure if this deck is good, but it's definitely better than the one that's definitely bad. We are 3-0 in the tournament. They fed us 2 copies of Gyarados, which are a pretty solid matchup for us. Then we bested Celebi. Still 21 minutes of the tournament round, but only 3 matches outstanding, so chance it starts early. How do you think base set, Ponyta, and Rapidash compares to the Mythic set? The new Ponyta is basically always better. Old Rapidash is situationally better, but in this build playing Moltres, you want new Rapidash. My little brother deleted my account on which I spent $500. Like you didn't have, like they uninstalled the game and you didn't have it connected to something? Or like there's a delete account option in your settings? That's rough, buddy. Password that stuff. DMS, thank you for the drop and run of the Prime. I appreciate the 68 months. That's a long time. Get in my belly with the brand new Prime. If there's anybody watching on YouTube or new to Twitch and you're not familiar with Prime subs, if you pay Amazon money every single month for Prime, it gets you a free Prime subscription on Twitch, where anytime you click that button, it takes a couple of dollars from Jeffrey Bezos and sends them to Jeffrey Hoagland. Think of it as a Jeff to Jeff wealth transfer, if you would. Lord knows he's got enough of it. Even if you don't take the time to use it here, make sure you use it somewhere on Twitch. So, excellent way to take some of what you're already paying for and send it around. Masta and Blaze, thanks for the brand new primers. Appreciate the support. Lord Bonk with the 10 months. Welcome back. All right, no supporters for me. It's rude. It's rude, Gibber. It's gonna be one of those games. That's okay. We'll save our variants for the tournament round, huh? Ooh, this aggression on the Golduck means they're gonna get to clear. Trestle Humberland, thanks for the primer. All right, there's a Ninetales. We open on research. See where we go. I think it's Vulpix, X speed out to stall. And then we Ninetales burn this to the ground next turn. We'd be in such a reasonable spot if we hadn't flipped literally 3 tails. Even one hit here would have let us clear the duck. Aerodactyl, thank you for the primer as well. And remember to plug that Prime exists a couple of times per stream. Alright, maybe they just won't have Blastoise, he said copefully. That is a good reminder. The Blastoise event is done after today. Make sure you spend your stamina that you got. They're just gonna not have Blastoise chat, and this Ninetales is gonna try ignore the countryside for us. I can feel it. Magic! Thanks for the quarter of a year. Operation Ninetales, 3 kills. Ooh, that's the active Pokemon positioning of someone who doesn't have a Blastoise, chat. Oh no, now our Ninetales dies without... Oh wait, they have an X-Speed? They totally should have just hit us for 30 and then 60, yeah? Alright, Ninetales. I see one more brick, opponent. Brick by Glorious Brick. Oh, Golduck. Second Golduck would clean us out. Sure would. Yeah, I don't have anything to play around here. They had first energy advantage, and we bricked on 3 Ultrace coins. It'll be really disappointing if you can't trade promo cards, since there's literally no way for new people to get things like promo Jigglypuff right now. My money's on trading restrictions being time gated, not specific card gated, but we'll see. Could be both as well, I suppose. Needed one more energy on the board. I think the only thing we can say with certainty about trading is that it will be structured in a way that allows Pokemon Pocket to continue to make giant piles of money. I think is probably a safe bet. Really don't love having second Ninetales out in this deck. Usually you want like Rapidash, Moltres. I like money that much, they do. Money, 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 money. Holy yikes, gamers. You asked earlier about a Mewtwo Kazam deck, and I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. Either I misspoke or you misunderstood. Oh, was there one of those in one of the new deck roundups? Maybe there was. I don't remember. Maybe there was something like that that spiked a tournament. I don't know. I don't have a deck list offhand at all, remotely. Maybe it's something my memory is remembering now. Firm, maybe. Yes, I vaguely remember an Alakazam deck with one Mewtwo as well. I'm pretty sure I covered it in one of the new deck roundups. You should check the last couple of new deck videos. It's a shame that Blade plus Ninetales isn't lethal on this. Gotta take 2 turns. Our opponent's got a couple of stage 2 Pokemon going on. Like, probably a lot of 1-ups. Sleepy Ninetales. Alright, not Magmar, please. Wish granted, I suppose. Rapidash with Blade plus a Heads clears Alakazam in 1 is noteworthy. So, Kazam's coming up, and then this game's gonna come down to the Rapidash flip, it looks like. There's a Ghastly in their deck, too. I want it all, and I want it now. Do-do-do-do. 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 Good night, gamer. It's like the last match of the tournament round is done. We'll hopefully have a pairing here soon. There we go. Mewtwo matchup. Mewtwo matchup can be tough. Opponent conceded. Perfect. We are 3-0, yep. Our opponent found a red card for their deck here. 2 Leaf, 2 Sabrina, 2 Slab, 1 red card. Stock Mewtwo, 9 Pokemon. Play against stock Mewtwo, 9 Pokemon with 1 Mew EX as the 5th basic, 2 Leaf, 2 Sabrina, 2 Mythical Slab, and a singleton red card. Notably, no Potion, no Blue, no Giovanni. That's definitely the kind of opener we want against 1 red card. So that's noteworthy here is if we crack the routes a single time, even once it evolves, Lumineon snipes it for 50 to finish it up. 2 Pokeballs to start, so a lot of search in. We would love a research to draw up here. Do they have a Leaf to get this routes out of the active spot? I don't know what I want my last bench slot to be just yet, so I'm going to go ahead and slap them. No Giovanni for the opponent is really good for our 60 HP Pokemon. Our basics don't have to worry about getting cracked in 1 turn by Mewtwo unless they have a side drive ready to go. Farfetch'd and First Energy Advantage are a strong start, but it's worth noting without a Starmie, I don't have a ton of follow-up pressure here. taking their sweet time here. Where do I put my energy with the Starmie draw? Before it was easy, now it's a pause. I think it's here, so that way if they put up... Because if they put up Mewtwo next turn... Can crack me? No, if they put up Mewtwo next turn, I'm going to Starmie them. I'll play this out so it doesn't get red carded away. If they put Mewtwo up, I retreat to the Starmie and crack them. I guess if they put the Ralts up, I retreat to the Starmie and crack them too. Doesn't seem great for them either way. If they hit the evolution for this next turn, they could threaten to side drive this the following turn, in which case I'll need another Duck or a Finneon here to apply pressure. So again, for people who are bad at counting, they attach an energy this turn, and then if they evolve this, they'll have 4 energy the next turn. But that depends. That depends on them having their stage 1 this turn. If they don't have their stage 1 this turn, they don't threaten a side drive next turn, and then we're in a very good spot. X speed is... honestly pretty good here, I think. I want to keep the energy on the Farfetch'd. Play another one of these out. It's a shame I don't have a Giovanni, because Giovanni would have let me put this to 50, which would let Lumineon run this down. I'm not playing the Lumineon because if they want to red card my 2-card hand, they're more than welcome to. And I don't need it in the short term. No energy on the Mew this turn is interesting because it means they don't threaten genome hacking. I think that's a mistake. I think they're supposed to put an energy on Mew this turn. There's the Gardevoir. I would have also not have been surprised if they put the energy on Gardevoir last turn to threaten a Sly Shot. I think putting the energy here when they could have Gardevoired it up was a mistake. So they can't leave this up, and they can't attack with this. And again, there's no potions and no blue in their deck because they had to find room for red card. Carl, thank you for the brand new Prime. I appreciate it. They are dead to Sabrina off the top here. If they don't have another basic. Their last basic is one more Mewtwo. Put it down 4 minutes on the clock here. Because they didn't put the energy on the Gardevoir, they can't threaten a Psy Shot this turn. Next turn, we're going to switch to the Lumineon and just start hitting the things in the back line. Because anything they put up that would kill the Lumineon, we win the game once we clear it. And the Lumineon threatens to win the game in 2 turns regardless. This matchup is the reason I wanted the second Farfetch'd in the deck, and we're kind of seeing it play out here, why it's so good. Opponent no longer dead to Sabrina off the top. Okay, so this play is good for them, except they don't have Giovanni, so they can't clear this duck in 1. So now they have no knockout points. So now I just go Leak Slap, Starmie, finish you. Sabrina does not end it. I only have 1 knockout point. They can put up Gardevoir. Calm down, Twitch chat. Sabrina was lethal the previous turn before they drew this Mewtwo. Yeah, I think they're in checkmate so long as I don't pull a Twitch chat and like Sabrina and put my Starmie up. Step away from the Sabrina and put down the Starmie. Yep, so they knock out this Farfetch'd to take their first match point. This Farfetch'd cracks them for 40 more, and then the Starmie clears any of their EXs in 1, because again, they have no potions and they have no blues. Asking my opponent if we can play a bit faster. I'm sure they're just trying to figure it out, but they are. We're checkmated from here. There's no variance in these plays. They're checkmated with just what's on board. My hand is irrelevant. I guess having the Sabrina technically means I guess the Sabrina is technically needed to checkmate them over the course. I should research, yeah, so that way when they red card me, I'm more likely to redraw the Sabrina. But, like, even if they red card the Sabrina out of my hand, they don't have a sequence that lets them actually win the game, right? Like, if I miss on... If they red card the Sabrina away and retreat to the Gardevoir, I put Lumineon up and crack one of their backline Pokemon, and then they can switch back to this and crack the Lumineon, but then the Starmie can't. Because they didn't put... Yeah, they needed to put an energy on here. I think there's actually a chance the opponent could have won this game if they would have put energy on here instead of the Mew. They've burned infinite time off the clock and missed that line. Yeah, if they would have powered up the Gardevoir, they would have won with red carding the Sabrina. Would have been an option. They have first energy advantage, which is a big deal. And I have Staryu here. It's not great for us. Second energy on Mewtwo clears the Starmie. His hand is red card bait, it is. Their red cards are a bit better when we're streaming, though, unfortunately. I'd like one Starmie, please. Well then. The shame none of these friends are Misty. If they have their Gardevoir on curve, we're actually still in trouble despite this draw. Because they had first energy advantage and we didn't have Misty. This draw only bails us out here if they don't have Gardevoir on curve. Alright, well this leaf implies that they don't have the Gardevoir. I want to hit heads on a Misty here so we can start poking this, ideally. I'm gonna Sabrina to make them choose between giving me a point or putting damage on the Mewtwo. They're putting Mew back up, really? Huh. I guess if they have one of their two Sabrinas, they could force this up. I need to draw another basic next turn. I have 4 basics, a Pokeball, and 2 research in our deck. If they have another leaf, I think they're supposed to leaf into the routes. think the second basic locks it up here, yeah? Because they have no potion, no blue. So we just mark damage here and then we're done. It's actually insane how many spots they would have been significantly better off in this game if the red card had been literally any other utility card. That'll do pig, that'll do fish, that'll do fish. Chase him down. That was a good set. That set convinced me I definitely want to Farfetch'd. Sold. I was unsure. This was the matchup I wanted another Farfetch'd for, and I'm very, very convinced we want it. Alright, so standings. It's a top 8 cut. Let's educate on how draws work in games like this. So I'm gonna go to this thing on 6 prizes. It's a top cut calculator. We had 29 players. Was it 29 players? I think it was 29. 29 or 30. 29. We had 29 people. There are 6 rounds. We're gonna cut to top 8. So there will be. Oh yeah, a bunch of 4-2s are gonna make it. So yeah, so I just get to double draw from here. Cool. So the way this tournament is structured is drawing allowed? I assume drawing is allowed. So, some of these tournaments are weird and don't allow you to draw. I'm gonna go ask. There's nothing. What is double drumming? So double draw, if the tournament structure doesn't outlaw it, which outlawing draws is silly. You should not outlaw draws as a tournament organizer. This tournament is structured in a way where draws are worth 1 match point. So 8 players advance to the single elimination top cut. And it's decided by how many points you have. So I have 12 points right now. So if I get 2 draws, I'll have 14 points. And the way the math works out here, there will probably be some 4-2s that make it, i.e. people with 12 points. So if I get even 1 draw for a 13th point, I should be good to go from there. Now, the only kind of tactical... No, never mind. I'm not gonna say that out loud. I keep that one to myself. maybe we'll explain that one when we're older. All right, I'm gonna double check in their Discord that I'm allowed to offer a draw. All right, we're gonna run an advert. I'm gonna throw the deck list on the screen. We've got 3 matches left. And it looks like we're gonna be playing Top Cut in this tournament today with the 4-0 start. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Appreciate the 463 people that have done that. We can get a few more, I'd wager. If you're enjoying the high-level play with off-meta decks. Did we break Porygon? I like the Porygon deck we played. It'll have a highlight for sure, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sold on second Duck after playing the Mewtwo matchup more with it. I like it a lot. I think the only change I would make to this deck that I don't have because of card availability is that in a perfect world, I would have a Flare on my second Starmie EX as well. But unfortunately, I've only opened 3 full art Starmies, so we'll have to eventually pick up a 4th so we can flare it as well. Yeah, I'm very confident the Tauros is not good. We could use those packs, maybe. Maybe. I'm gonna rip 10. This Starmie deserves a flare. Intentional draws are allowed. Sweet. All right, we should be top cut. That'll give us time to do viewer decks while we draw the rounds then. So there's not going to be tournament matches for a little bit, so we're likely going to be drawing the next 2 rounds. Watch us open the full art Sabrina. Ever -1 Misty for a second, Sabrina. No, if you don't think Misty is good in this deck, you need to play more. Misty is very, very good and responsible for a lot of your wins. Speaking of Sabrina, I'm gonna be really upset if they don't let me trade these. This is my fifth 2-star Sabrina. Gonna be incredibly sad if those are not tradable. I didn't want the Sabrina, chat. I want the Starmie. You can't flare full art traders. They're so useless. I wish I could flare my full art Sabrinas. They're worth 5 points. Can you explain how drawing helps you? So a win is worth 3 match points, and a draw is worth 1 match point. And if people who have 12 match points are guaranteed, if some people who have 12 match points will make the top cut, having 13 points is guaranteed to make the top cut. So if I can draw to get a guaranteed match point, it gets me into the top cut. It's basic math. I have 2 full art Ericas, but I didn't get them from ripping packs. I got them from Wonder Picks. Why would you want to draw the last 2 rounds? Because there's no upside to winning. Drawing and winning both get me into the top cut. So why would I play when I could just draw? Yeah, it's possible my opponent could not understand how basic math works and refuse to draw. You are 100% correct that if my opponent doesn't understand how basic Swiss math works, they could refuse to draw. But I should also be paired into someone else who's 4-0 in this last round who has a similar incentive to draw. I'm not going to queue into someone with 8 match points, take Magic. In Swiss pairings, every single round you pair into someone with the same record as you. Oh, am I the only one? Did all the pair downs lose? That can't be right. Maybe that's the case. Did all the pair downs lose? Oh, I'm the only one. No, wait. No, Jace says 3-0. Did they lose their round? Or are they still playing? Yeah, Jace is 4-0. Oh, and they're a Hoaglandian. They're definitely going to draw with me. 10 out of 10. Ten out of 10. Long-term sub here. Smart enough to draw. Are they playing the deck highlight from today? It looks like they are. The Executor Aerodactyl deck. Yeah. Aztec sweet. I like this deck a lot. I just didn't want to stomach playing 2-color decks in the tournament. There's not for the faint of heart. Not for the faint of heart. Who else is doing well? Oh man, did all the Gyarados players lose? It's sad that most of the Gyarados players lost. Those are my free wins. Charizard's not a bad matchup for us. Inspired me to get a bike chair. Hope you enjoy your exercise. All right, I'm gonna play, what's it called here? Another matchup between, I owe some viewer exhibition still. So let's get on that. We have a request to play Melmetal as our next one. Do I have a Melmetal deck built still, or did I delete it? I forget. You want to play a match for fun? Yeah, but your deck is really good against mine. That won't be very fun for me. It won't be very fun for me. The thing I was going to say earlier that I stopped myself from saying, I'll bring it up now because this is a small tournament, it doesn't matter. The one thing you are kind of supposed to do from a purely tactical sense, playing out your bad matchups before the single elimination rounds to try and push them out of top 8 is technically correct to do, but with them being 4-0, we probably are the 4-2s to make it, so it probably doesn't matter. All right, I don't have a Melmetal deck built. Let's build that real quick. I'm actually gonna keep this Florges deck in my editor. Ended up being solid. We'll get a highlight with it. You gotta play a different deck, deal. There's also the tech of scooping, a matchup that's good for you into the top 8 if you're already locked. 100% Beetle. Been there, done that. It's like, oh, I could lose this and you need the win? Yeah, we'll scoop you in, bud. Would love my good matchup to be in the top 8 with me. My kingdom for default players, chat. Oh man, we should put top 8. A big pay to enter tournament. Oh yeah, we're gonna put something about there being an entry fee in this video highlight for sure. It's the easy, obvious. All the sweats know the tournament's extra competitive if you paid to enter, right? Alright, when I finish playing, we'll play some Melmetal games here. Do you think the reason the tournament scene is thriving in Pocket because players aren't bogged down by the rank climb? I think part of it is the lack of a ranked grind, and I think another part of it is Pokemon just has a thriving tournament scene from the paper game, and there's a lot of crossover with those players coming into Pocket. So you have an audience of people who like playing tournaments, and the infrastructure of, what's it called, was already there. Limitless already being there from TCG Live helps a lot for sure. Yeah, Limitless already existing was a big deal, but I do think there's something to the fact that, like, it's the best competitive outlet and there's no, like, ranked grind that people get to pretend is competitive. Because ranked grinds are never really competitive, but people will pretend that they are and lie to themselves. I also think, like, Pocket's a way more traditional card game than something like Snap, and traditional card game players tend to like tournaments. They're a water deck. It's a little greedy, but I'm gonna leave Meltan against the water deck, because if they're Drudagon, I can amass. Yeah. Our Gyarados matchup's kind of hard for this deck, unfortunately. It's one of the reasons why I've been playing this in the Blastoise deck. I think that this deck is, like, really good into Mewtwo, Pikachu, and Celebi, but its Gyarados matchup is just so hard. If they don't have a super fast start, me getting to amass freely is good. Oh, it's not the Gyarados deck. This is probably good for us. Does Lumineon have a slot in Blastoise? Not without making the deck much worse everywhere else. That's why I play it with Starmie. Blastoise is just too many slots. Wait, they didn't put an energy on Flappy Bird? That seems so good for me. I'm gonna let this take 20 more damage for the sake of... Is it worth taking 20 damage for the sake of having an energy on something else earlier here? Probably not, actually, yeah. Probably not. Does Melmetal's ability cancel out Druns? It does not. It specifies from attacks. This is a Pokemon ability. Melmetal only takes 70 damage from a Drudagon hit, which is nice. I assume they're retreating to the non-energied Drudagon here. Yep. What's the math like in here? I go to 110. I go to 40. I go to 20. Might be enough. They have to put an energy on here next turn. And then Pidgeot only deals 30. Or Pidgeotto only deals 30. Which minus 20 is 10. If I don't draw Potion, we could go down to, like, Giovanni. Hey, Arabubu, we're gonna have a long stream today. We're 4-0 and into the top cut of the tournament we're playing in. We've got 2 more rounds of Swiss that we're gonna get to draw through most likely, and then we got some single elim rounds, so we're doing some viewer decks until then. They could have regular Pidgeot. Yeah, they definitely could. Usually these Tauros decks are double Giovanni decks, so without our second potion here, we're in a little bit of trouble. Could also be a Pidgeot, a non-EX. Yeah, this is pretty likely. I think we're actually dead here. First energy advantage being a big deal. I mean, I guess there's a world where maybe they don't have the EX, but if they have it, we're done. I guess I could have X-speeded back to a 100 hit pointer. Was that the line? It loses to Sabrina, which they're likely to have. Yeah, that's probably what I was supposed to do. I was probably supposed to use the X speed and then put a Drudagon up. That at least wins some of the time, even if it dies to Sabrina. Small mistake there on my part. To click the button, sorry about it. There's so many end screen buttons. Hope they clean that interface up at some point. We're going second. We have Meltan with a mass right away. Sounds lovely. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. That's a water energy to start. I accept. These terms and conditions are acceptable. Ooh, that's lovely. That's exactly what we needed. This one... I'm not actually sure if I'm playing that out. I guess it's ideal if they, what's it called, Dave? This round paired, and assuming Jace is good with the draw, we'll draw, and then we'll play it for funsies with them. And then there's technically a 6th round of Swiss 2 that we'll also be able to draw. Check in and the match is open, Jace. If you want to check in, we can call the judge and have them put it in for us. How greedy am I, chat? Pretty greedy? I kind of want to put an energy on Tauros and a mass and just hope they flip tails. Although I guess taking less damage is good. Let's just take less damage. Then we don't have to be greedy. We take 20 less. Ooh. Oh, wow. They're playing all 3 colors. That's spicy. So if they shuriken here and hit heads, they clear the Melmetal, but otherwise we clean this. I just don't have another follow-up attacker. Right, that's a Tails, yeah. Only take 20, meaning Greninja doesn't threaten us next turn. Yes, I'll put this energy on a healthy Tauros. But we're also taking 2 knockout points here. Oh, I suppose their Mew is clearing us in the back crack, though, yeah? This is going to be one of those awkward spots where, like, their Mew comes up and clears us, and then I go into Drudagon, and then by the time the Tauros is charged, I'm not going to, I'm not going to be able to, the Mew's going to be gone. Yup. Thanks for the minis, Beetle. We did get our round drawn. I think I'm dead from this point if my opponent plays the game remotely well. We'll see. If they retreat the Mew, I'm gonna bounce. And we're gonna play a game with Chase for funsies. They have their grass energy here too. Fun build for the opponent. I don't think you're supposed to have psychic energy in it, but Eggs Greninja is really solid. It's topped a number of tournaments. I guess if they put the Greninja up, they could be concerned with the Tauros. But the Tauros hits it, and then they clear to the backswing, yeah? Yeah, probably a deck building misclick to let the Psychic energy in. They're like playing through it, but you definitely don't want the Psychic. Yeah, they just water... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, they're gonna try and go for the lethal this turn. I think they're supposed to put that Water Shuriken... well... Friendo, I felt like our opponent played this game pretty well up until this point. Yeah, our opponent should have Water Shuriken to the Tauros and then put the Executor up. Mistakes happen. Hopefully they remember for next time. All right, Jason and I are gonna play a best of 3 for funsies. They're the other 4-0 in the tournament, but we're not gonna use our tournament decks. We're gonna do random other decks. What do I want to play? It's been kind of good lately. I haven't played this in a minute. Let's do this. Yeah, we haven't played Blastoise in a minute. Q Blastoise. We lose if the opponent plays remotely well. Narrator, they did not. Ooh, we're getting Fighting Boxed. I don't think this deck is just dead against Fighting Box, but you'd really rather not play it. And you red carded me? Oh, come on now. Oh, never mind. This is perfect. Okay, come on now. This is... I think we're being harassed, chat. This is workplace harassment. Factual workplace harassment. For a fun game, yup. Red card you. Narrator, so it turns out they were a monster. Or are they just gonna duck me right away? That's interesting. I'd have thought they would have just like kicked the Tauros because there's energy on it. We are 4-0 and just drew round 5 intentionally in the tournament. We should be locked for top 8. The only math I have to do is if I get paired down into a Gyarados, do I want to concede to them? Alright, the way this game has shaped up so far, I'm pretty sure we're just Taurosing this Hitmonlee. Yeah, there's a good chance I could play round 6 and lose. If I play round 6 and lose, I'll still be top 8, is the reason why you draw here. Because 13 points should be a lock. If we find a War Turtle here, we're kind of in a decent spot. I clear this, they put this up and clear this, I hit heads with Misty, the Blastoise clears the Marshadow, we win the game. And this is why I like this is why I like the Blastoise deck more than the Gyarados deck, is 1, you get to play Blastoise and he's the best Kanto starter, but 2, you're not just dead to a Hitmonlee. You've got other things to do, and this card can attack on 2 and 3 energy, which gives you a lot of value. Anybody who doesn't think Blastoise is the best Kanto starter, you could let us know in chat, and we'll fight you. I'm gonna give you a little hint, though. This isn't a fight you'll win. So if we would have hit 1 heads on Misty, we would have gotten to deal 100 here. But alas, we only get to deal 40. Did someone say a free 10-minute fight? Sure did. Can you get the deck list? If you haven't seen this deck list, it was covered in the meta report this week because a number of people have been putting up top finishes with it. I also covered it in the new best decks the week before. I posted my tournament run. I went 8-2 with this deck in a tournament. I think this deck has good Mewtwo, Pikachu, and Celebi matchups. It's a little bit behind against Gyarados, maybe a lot of bit behind, and it's a little bit behind in the fighting matchup. Overall has very, very good matchups. Very good spread of matchups, I think. Blastoise is the best. I knew there was a reason I subbed here. Zuzen, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. You're sure it's not Vito? I just want you to know I have to click extra to time people out on YouTube, but I'm gonna do it just for you, Douglas. They don't have anything that clears me next turn, yeah? Just keep the bazooka going. Bazooka blast. Doesn't Geo get you? No, it's only 90. That's 60, 20, 10. Blastoise. Blastoise has infinite HP. Geo Duck, Geo Marshadow. Yeah, that's true. With the Greninja in the middle. Turtle. Turtle is a very big boy. In addition to Blastoise, like... In addition to Blastoise dealing, like, decent damage, like, the fact that he, like, survives hits from... What's it called is real good. Survives a side drive hit. This deck is specifically my favorite Drudagon Tauros deck. Like, there's a lot of ways you can build the Drudagon Tauros shell, but this is certainly my favorite way to do it. We've got some basic Pokemon. I will not tolerate Blastoise slander from the mods. Former mods, that's true. That's true. Once you slander, you become a former mod. Alright, I'm charging my turtle. And actually, you know what's especially noteworthy in this matchup, gamers? Is Blastoise with 5 energy plus Giovanni clears Pidgeot EX at a single go. Is a big deal. They are also a double Geo deck, I'd assume. So expecting Drudagon to take one for the team here. Alright, if I draw Blastoise in the next 2 cards, we're set up and ready to go. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Let's come together and put our differences aside as Blastoise fans and Venusaur fans and all agree that Charizard is overrated. Why would you say something so brave yet so true? I always knew you were a man of taste and culture, Jeff. Blastoise, best boy. Thank you for that super chat, Mir. Appreciate it. All right. The bazooka is locked and loaded. Bazooka Boy is about to teach Pidgeot why this build of the deck is the superior one. The toy tool is here. The toy tool is here. We're about to die to a Sabrina, aren't we? Oh goodness, I'm gonna die to a Sabrina because I don't have a leaf. Yikes! The pride, she cometh before the fall, chat. Oh, if I would have played Squirtle last turn, I could have evolved to Wartortle this turn and then Blastoise the following turn if I top decked it. Oh man, I think they got us actually. Huh? Did I mess up? I think I messed up. I need to put that energy here, yeah? I think I'm actually cooked because they have the Tauros. I don't have any knockout points yet. Yeah, looks like we've died. Unlucky. Pidgeot confirmed best starter. I'll allow it. If I would have put the energy on this appropriately, this would be at 2 and then 3. Oh my gosh, I would have won this game with better slops too, right? I put the energy on the lead instead of the Squirtle, and then I could have put this up and had 2 here, and then they'd put this up and crack us for here, and then I could retreat to this and do 100. Maybe that would be enough. It would have gotten us to a Misty draw, right? Yeah, I got super sloppy here. We could have maneuvered this better. Yeah, would the Misty have hit? If this Misty hits 2, we would have won for sure. We bricked it. Yeah, GG. She's called Hitty, not Missy, right? Bulbasaur gang for life. I'll see you in 10 minutes. All right, we are gonna play some more viewer-submitted Melmetal when we return. We're gonna have one more round of waiting, most likely. We'll probably draw the last round of the tournament as well before the top 8. We're gonna play some viewer decks in the meantime. In between time, I tap an ad on Twitch. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab a caffeine since we're gonna be streaming later than usual. Thanks for hanging out, and people don't go anywhere. We're playing the Lumineon Starmie deck in the tournament for the top 8. We're gonna be playing other viewer decks until then. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed the red card video, Mir. Was definitely turned out really well. You can time me out, but you can't time out the truth. Watch me. All right, beer me. Oh. our client. Oh, I go back to my face nice and big and restart this application real quick. It's been running all day. I'll be streaming for a little bit yet. Got the event Charmander. What a lovely, lovely lad. Who's a good little Charmander? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. How did you tie around? We tied intentionally. So most reasonable tournament organizers let you draw intentionally if draws are worth points. In fact, one of the things structurally I'm gonna do for our Hoaglandia tournament is I think unofficial poll, how do the people currently in chat feel about this tournament structure? So I think we're going to cap the tournament at 2,000 players, which I think will fill with the big prize pool we've got. And I think the plan is to do 7 rounds of Swiss, after which everyone who is 6-1 or better goes into a single elimination bracket. Which means if we hit the player cap, it would be 7 rounds of single elim. Which is a lot, but it also means we don't have to play infinite rounds of Swiss. I feel like I don't want to run like a 10 or 11 rounds of Swiss. It's just so many. It's kind of like running a hybrid double elim Swiss type thing, where it's 2 losses and you're out. Yeah, basically cap the Swiss and have a larger cut based on final Swiss standing. Yeah, and the reason to have Swiss rounds instead of formal double elimination is if you have 7 rounds of Swiss, everyone can play the first 7 rounds, even if they don't have a good record, if they just want the tournament experience. Are we concerned about competing with Ursi? I mean, our prize pool is going to be like 4 times what Ursi gives out every week, so no, I'm not really concerned. Ours will also start 2 hours before her normal start time, so I assume we'll have people play in our event, and then people who go start like with 2 losses in the first 2 to 3 rounds will jump over to hers. Is there still a 3-2 door prize? So, I think something I intend to do, Beetle, is we might do some door prizes for people who finish 5-2 at random. I think I've got some space in the giveaways for that from the stuff I've got for prizing. I also reached out to Ursi about seeing if her tournament was flexible, but like the Saturday the 1st is like, people who have children will understand. Like, when I open my calendar to, like, schedule things, like, the 1st was, like, the only Saturday or Sunday I had open for, I don't know, like, the next 2.5 months. And it conveniently lined up the Saturday after the set release, but my schedule is very unflexible, non-flexible, whatever you want to call it. No, we do asymmetric. If you cut to a specific record, CJ, you square the bracket by handing out buys to people who were undefeated at the top in the first round. So for example, if the way it plays out and our player base plays and we have 124 people who are X1 or better, 4 of the people who finish the Swiss 7-0 will get a buy in the first round of single elam. Is how that works out structurally. Yeah, you give out buys to people who finished at the tippy top. To square the bracket for the first round of single elam. My friend, let's get lunch, me with kids. How does 3 weeks from now work out for you? Yeah, basically. So I have a semi-regular poker game with a group of dads where I live, and scheduling that is always a challenge. Usually we start at like 8:30 at night, like after kids' activities, which makes it a little bit easier, but it's still a lot of calendars to line up. Without a Bell Metal going, we're probably going to be torched by this Magikarp. Well, then putting Starmie up and dying to Tauros definitely works out for us. How long would a tournament last with 2,000 people? Our round times will probably be under 40 minutes on average. That puts you in somewhere in like the 8 to 10 hour range. If you're winning the tournament, you should expect to be playing for 8 to 10 hours. It is a large commitment. It's also going to start at 10 a.m. Central on a Saturday, so. Yes, the Hoaglandia tournament's going to be on February 1st at 10 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Pacific to start. Signups will open this Friday. I just locked in a second sponsor last night. We've got a little bit of cash and a bunch of product to give away. Got like $1,500 worth of stuff for a free to enter tournament, which is not bad. Stuff is great. Who doesn't love stuff, chat? Snom Gyarados. Where are all my Melmetals be at, gamers? My Meltians. I've really been enjoying the Starfish deck. Games are fun with lots of decisions. Yeah, you and me both. That deck is just everything I love doing in card games. So much player agency. Any peculiar deck that's doing well in the tournament today? Well, I was 4-0 with Lumineon Starmie, and the other 4-0 that I drew with was playing Aerodactyl Executor, which if you've missed the Aerodactyl Executor deck, it was the highlight this morning on the Hooglandia Pocket channel. As always, bringing you the sweetest, widest range of decks that are actually competitive, as opposed to just clickbaiting you on random Q games. I'm surprised your deck isn't played more. Lots of decision points means more decision points you can mess up. I'm gonna potion here, speaking of decision points, to play around a Giovanni. And I'm gonna Giovanni hit them here, because I haven't played any, or if I draw a research extra, I want to be able to play that. What's the easiest to play best deck in Pocket? Probably Gyarados, Greninja, or Mewtwo. The decks that are very, make a big thing and blast in a bunch. The decks that encourage you to retreat your Pokemon frequently are ones that are harder to play. So among the top decks, I would say Pikachu's probably the hardest to play, which is one of the reasons why it's not super popular. The more linear decks. And again, for people who enjoy these decks, please don't get offended at me. I'm not saying your decks are skillless. They're just objectively have less lines than the other ones. There's skill in every deck. Not everything is clear-cut all of the time. It's just when your decks where your game plan doesn't change based on your opponents are easier to play in basically every card game. The more complicated decks are the ones where what you're supposed to be doing has to be dynamic based on what your opponent is doing. And don't get me wrong, Pikachu and the Starmie deck that I enjoy, those decks have a lot of those decision points I'm talking about, but they also have free wins as well where you run people over, and that's part of what makes them good. So they're satisfying to play because you have a lot of choices, but they also just have draws where you're like, beep, beep, here's my Starmie, run you over. Beep, beep, I have first energy advantage with Pikachu, run you over. But in the games where you don't just run them over, there's so many decision points, is what it comes down to. Beep, beep. Man, we have been really bad at opening with Melmetal today. Or Meltan today. Like in Snap, you can play bounce or you like big numbers. Yep. I have the weirdest conflicted sense about next month for Snap on whether or not I want to play it, because like they're releasing a bunch of new cards in Snap for the deck I like playing, but also it just means a bunch of people are going to be spoiler and play counter cards. All right, I have to leave here because our tournament round is up. We got to take a look at what the standings and stuff look like and see if we're drawing or they're drawing or we're playing or not. Oh yeah, everybody who's 4-1 and 4-0-1 should draw here. What deck are we playing against? Celebi? Yeah, I'll draw with Celebi if they'd like to take it. So, to help people understand how these things work for people who aren't familiar with tournaments, I can pull this up and explain the math that I'm doing. So, there's a round of Swiss left, and after this round, the top 8 people in terms of match points get to play single elimination in the top 8. There are 6 people who are 4-1 or better, which means if all 6 of these people take a draw, these people will all have 13 or 14 match points. Everyone below these 6 people at most has 9 points. So even when half of these 9-pointers gain 3, they'll be lower than these 6 people at the top. So from a optimal standpoint, everybody up here should draw because they're guaranteed to be in the top 8 with a draw. And then 2 of the people who are 4 and 2 with the best tiebreakers will fill in the last 2 slots in the top 8. But there's no added benefit in the single elimination rounds to being 5-0-1 or 6-0 in the structure of this tournament. So just drawing to guarantee your slot and saving some mental energy is ideal. Sometimes math like that can involve tiebreakers and can be a little scuffed, but this is a really easy, clean-cut one. I'm just checking in. Are you absolutely sure you don't want to switch over to Moonstone and get Enchantress every 5 minutes for the next hour? Yeah, I think I'll pass. We drew. Yeah. Cool. And again, everybody who understands how Swiss stuff works, all of the top 3 tables basically will draw, and then the who are the best. So if these 2 people win their matches, Borrow and Tichu, they'll be in with breakers, and then these people who are under them, they need these people to lose, basically. That's how it works out. Let's see who's playing who here, huh? Pairings. So Tichu and Gian. Oh, Gian and Tichu are playing each other. Oh, I wonder if it pairs them down from the top. Usually that good pairing software will do that. Okay, so the winner of this match should be in the top 8, Gian and Tichu. And then who are the 2 underneath that? Oh, no, wait, Borrow. Oh, Gian and Tichu are playing, and then Borrow was playing who? Okay, so these 4 got paired into each other. So the winner of these 2 games should be top 8. I would like the Farfetch'd deck to not win, probably. Any of these matchups are fine. I would love to play Charizard and Gyarados. But like ideally I want those 2 to win, I think. Those are my better matchups. Gyarados is a really good matchup for us. Charizard can go either way, but usually. Yeah, everybody. Top 3 tables all drew. Coolio. All right, we're gonna play a little bit more Melmetal while we're waiting. I need Charizard. Yeah, Charizard stuff for your deck for sure. What are the percentages? If you're looking for my tournament deck list, I covered it in my best new decks roundup on Monday's video. It's one of your best sources to find competitive off-meta lists in Pokemon Pocket every week. You should check that out there. It's the Lumineon Starmie deck from there. The tiebreaker mechanic is your previous opponent's win rate. But adds them all up and averages them. Opponent match win percentage. Hey, Void, thanks for the Prime. I really appreciate that support. Those direct bits of support are a big part of why content's able to be my job, so thanks for keeping me around. I think we're just amassing. They're not threatening any real sort of damage here to start. What are your worst matchups with Lumineon? I think the Mewtwo matchup is a little bit challenging, but one of the reasons why I really like the Lumineon deck is I don't think you lose at the loading screen ever. I think even your matchups that are a little bit hard, you have a lot of maneuverability and decision points, and sometimes you can just high roll them and run them out of the game. There's a few decks in this format that like are generally good decks, but like you have matchups that are unwinnable, and I don't think the Lumineon deck has any matchups where you're like, nope, just can't win the game, gotta leave. Yeah, early Starmie can just run people down. Is really nice, basically. Assuredly, we draw Melmetal next turn, yes. What about the Pika deck? You're not having a hard time. The Pikachu matchup is incredibly close and usually gets decided by who has first energy advantage. And the fact that our Starmie deck has Misty to reflip that some of the time, I think actually gives it a little bit of an edge. But it's a really close matchup. I think I'm like 3-2 against Pikachu in tournaments in the last 2 weeks in that matchup. I'm up by a little bit. On a potion here, so I don't randomly die to Will-O-Wisp plus the Giovanni. And we'll amass one more time. Whoever hits first wins the Pikachu matchup, yeah. But again, the fact that Misty in the games where you don't have first energy advantage can steal it back is huge. Any game where you go first and hit a Misty heads on Staryu and evolve into Starmie, you basically win on the spot in that deck against anything in the format. There is almost nothing that you don't run down with that opener. It's very powerful. I'm gonna leaf here rather than X speed because I'm not gonna be able to leaf once Gengar is in the active spot. Make like a Tree and GTFO here. Put the Druddigon up to insulate against the Sabrina. The last 2 games were ties because we could tie intentionally. And tying both of the last 2 rounds guaranteed us top 8 cut after we started 4-0. Does a player's level affect anything competitively? There is some amount of level-based matchmaking inside of the queue. How much exactly? We don't know. I think Starmie EX is easily the most competitive card in Pokemon Pocket that's not currently present in any top decks in the format. Oh no, Druddigon can't attack this turn, rip. Now I'm sad that I can't charge up a second Tauros on the bench. I'll put an energy on here so I can retreat it organically without leaf if we draw Melmetal. Depends on the tournament rules, Papa, but yeah, reasonable tournament structures just let you opt to draw. The worst tournament structures are the ones where they don't allow intentional draws, but they let unintentional draws be worth 1 point. Do you play 2 energy in the Greninja Executor deck? Yes, definitely. That's why you play the new Executor, so that way you play the new Executor. So that way, oh, I'm blanking on it. You do the new Executor, so you can, the new Execute, so you can fix your energy colors on occasion. Oh man, it's getting late, chat. These single elimination rounds are gonna be scuffed. I think the fact that they both don't have, both the fact they have 2 Gengar and that I don't have second Tauros means I'm probably dead here. Sleep definitely means we're dead. But I really need to be building up a second Tauros on the bench here, and the fact that I played the Dragonite out to play around Sabrina. All right, we lost the 25%er, so we're just dead anyways. Not letting players opt to draw leads to really silly games where neither player actually wants to win, which is generally worse than letting them draw. I agree, Tron. Actually, I agree, Thoxor. I think if you don't want players to intentionally draw in your tournament, you need to make unintentional draws also worth nothing. I think you shouldn't explicitly ban intentional draws. You should just make your tournament structure incentivize never being draws. It is never correct to, in my opinion, you should never explicitly ban intentional draws. You should, if you don't want them to happen, you should structure your tournament rules in a way to make it so intentionally drawing is never optimal. Which is what we'll be doing for the Hoaglandia tournament. In the Hoaglandia tournament, draws will be worth 0 points. Because we'll be cutting based on record, not tiebreakers. Really need a Meltan against Dragonite. Tauros is just not a real card. Our run with this deck has been super clunky today. I'm beginning to remember why I deleted this one from my deck editor. There's a Mew in our deck too, right? I'm just like, no. The matches where Tauros isn't live just feel so clunk. Okay. There's a chance Mew Farfetch will join the top cut. Mew Farfetch is a very good deck. It's one of the fighting box variations, which is a fantastic core in pocket. Metal Mirror match. They have first energy advantage. That doesn't bode well for the hero. Excuse me, what? I've been playing double Mew, double Melmetal, double Farfetch'd. That sounds pretty good against Dirtle decks. Sounds like you probably get run over by anything with Executor, though. You sleep and paralysis stack. They do not. Paralysis will override, or whichever is the newest one overrides, maybe? I've never seen a Wooloo in the wild before. Truth. A rolling tackle. Alright, so we need to maneuver in a way that lets us attack with our Melmetal first. So we'll go Drudagon, leaf this out. this up. I think I Tauros to insulate Sabrina. If they heavy impact here, our Melmetal plus Giovanni clears them on the backswing. Coolio. So they had first energy advantage, but us maneuvering and playing Drudagon means we should be able to lock this up. One dork, two dorks, and an NRG. Crack you for a good clean 110. You have no energy left, and we're good to go. Someone with Melmetal, the Melmetal Mew player, that there's a Melmetal Drudagon player that finished 4-2 in the tournament today. Their breakers are bad though, so they're probably not making the top cut. Unlucky for them. They have a copy of Blue, dabba-dee-dabba-die. I'll leave this other bench slot open for another copy of Melmetal potentially. They're buying some time here with their defensive card. I like the idea of Farfetch'd in there, not playing Tauros. Interesting thought. So how's our Charizard player doing? Oh, Charizard player's up a game. Nice. Mewtwo player looks like they made the cut. Mewtwo players 4-2 with good tiebreakers. What is Charizard playing against? Charizard is playing against... Oh, Charizard's playing against the fighting deck. Yeah, we really want Charizard to win that. And we have a potion here to make sure we don't die to a Giovanni out of them, and we're good to go. Yes, Pulse. Intentional draws in the last two. We started 4-0. Sabrina. I can't Sabrina and Geomy, so you just put Mew up. All right, we can take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll to pay some bills. There's technically 25 minutes left in the last round of the tournament, but it'll move on when the next two matches finish. We'll play our quarterfinals match. We're 4-0 with the Lumineon deck. However it's pronounced. We have another viewer deck submission we'll be playing in the meantime. A request to play Pidgeot EX with Kangaskhan and Hitmonlee. I haven't played a ton of Kanga in recent memory. They said they think it feels better than stalling with Drudagon, so we'll see how that goes. We're gonna roll an ad, and we're gonna put that together. Appreciate everybody hanging out. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button on the live stream if you're enjoying the long tournament day. Probably feels good to double. I mean, Kangamama's a little high variance, but she does have those random freebies for sure. Just get him, got. These are my birds. Probably a 1 Geo deck. Geo's pretty good with Pidgeot, but only okay otherwise. Definitely want a Sabrina with Hitmonlee. Anything I want for the last slot. Could be another basic, like a Mew or a Farfetch. We're only on 6 basics right now. Could also be another utility card, though. Don't say Flute. Flute is bait. I don't think I love normal Pidgeot. It could be like a Mars Shadow too to have another heavy hitter. I don't hate the idea of Mars Shadow. Some of that fighting box action, basically. Let's try this. Second X speed over second leaf. I think with Kangaskhan I want 2 X speed, or 2 leaves. That's close though. I honestly haven't played a ton of Kangaskhan after leaf release. My gut says I want the leaf, but we're playing Kangaskhan because this is a viewer submitted deck list. They said they felt like Kangaskhan was performing better, so we're gonna give it a try. Yeah, we'll leave Kingo. How do you request decks to play? I don't know that I have space for more viewer deck submissions, but for the rest of the week, we're probably going to be doing more of them is my plan. When viewer submissions are open, there will be a link pinned above the chat with instructions. In general, it's a $10 tip for Twitch subscribers or YouTube members, or a $20 tip for non-members, non-subscribers. I forgot the golden rule of viewer submission days. If they're playing alternatives that are worse, it's the viewer and not Jeff. I mean, for what it's worth, I've been meaning to retry Kangaskhan in some decks recently, and I just haven't had time, so I don't mind revisiting it. My gut says it's probably generally worse, but I genuinely don't mind playing some games to, like, reaffirm that in practice. When's the next match? At some point in the next 20 minutes. The last round will finish up. Still two matches outstanding. Okay, so I want to put energy on Pidgeotto because if they have Big Mama here, they're going to clear Kangaskhan, and then we can play this out and clear them back. This is one of the reasons why What's-Her-Name is not very good in this format in general, because there's just so many things that clear her in one. Yeah, Florges. Florge is a really sweet card when you're playing into people that are doing small attacks, but there's just so many people that just clean her clock in one. Hello, Jeff. Is there a reason you're not streaming on YouTube anymore? I am streaming on YouTube. For Pokemon Pocket, I stream on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel and have been every day since the channel launched. It's just YouTube in general really doesn't like my content. It doesn't promote it to people. It's very, very frustrating how regular people are like, oh, I finally found your YouTube stuff. I didn't know you were making stuff. We've just been like at it for 3 months now. Yeah, the Jeff Hoagland channel is only Marvel Snap stuff. Wake up! Wake up! It's a shame we don't have a second bird to build up here. Nothing to do, really. I'm awake! I'm awake! You still play Unite from time to time? No. It was like 2 or 3 seasons back, my wife and I decided we wanted to jump back into Unite, and we ground up to Masters, and then our first match into Masters, the lowest MMR player in the lobby locked Absol, called center, and then inted every fight for the rest of the match. And my wife and I looked at each other when it was done, and we're like, yep, there's a reason we don't play this game anymore, and we haven't played it since. It's just like, nope, this was not worth the time. Alright, they're dead to Sabrina here, even if they don't play another bench Pokemon. Yeah, I'd bet money, Oni Chris, that when we're 6 months into this year and like 2 more big sets and mini sets in, all of the comments about like this game not being complicated enough or being too simple are gonna disappear. All right, looks like Charizard. I think Charizard and Mewtwo are gonna be our last 2. Looks like the tournament rounds might be up. Well, they were dead to the Geo as well, right? Yep, certainly were. Okay, so our top 8 of the tournament is me playing Lumineon, Aerodactyl, Executor. If you haven't seen this deck, it was the highlight on the channel this morning. Celebi Eggs, Primeape Fighting, Gyarados, another Celebi, Charizard, and Mewtwo. I really would prefer to dodge the fighting decks in the quarters. These are the decks I'm hoping not to play against. I don't think they're auto losses, but I think they're the most challenging of the opponents in the top 8. Ideally, we get fed the Gyarados matchup, and then I think Charizard and Mewtwo would be my preference, so hopefully we hit one of these 3. $20-card deck size is too small. Completely disagree. I think one of the greatest innovations, Marvel Snap has was introducing small deck sizes to a card game, and I was really happy to see Pokemon Pocket borrow that. Oh crap. I forgot. Or we'll use a different password since that one was accidentally up on the screen. I forgot that Limitless started putting the password in the what's it called by default, which is good. I like it auto-generating a password, but it's something that I gotta adjust for streaming, that I can't have the match page up at the start now. Previously I would have their deck list up to chat about it sometimes while we're waiting for them, but can no longer do that with them putting the password in there automatically. All right, this is a Mewtwo player we beat in the Swiss, but they were close games. I think this matchup is a little bit more challenging for us, but not impossible. Yeah, Mewtwo rematch. We won 2-0 in the Swiss, but there were games that could have gone either way. They are also like the one red card gamer in top 8 too, so that's something to think about. What's your approach to this matchup? Duck early, duck often. All right, as always, I'm going to be looking at chat a whole lot less while we play. Behave or the mods will bonk you. Stock Mewtwo matchup here. 1 Mew EX as the 5th basic / 9th Pokemon. 2 Leaf, 2 Sabrina, 2 Mythical Slab, 1 red card. Notably, they have no copies of Giovanni, no copies of Potion, no copies of Blue. Play all these basics out because they're a red card gamer. All right, Misty, I'm gonna need you to calm down. Misty is very excited to have made top 8. More excited than me. Giddy up, cowboy. She's ready to go. Alright, so they drew Pokeball for the turn, or else they probably would have played it last turn. I guess maybe they bottomed a card they didn't want to draw and then didn't want to shuffle it back in. Genetically engineered Pokemon perfection. 1 Ducky Boy. Then that basic out. Cards in the deck, 4 evolutions, 2 research, and a dream. Yeah, the opponent has no copies of Giovanni, which makes our Farfetches even better in this matchup. See if they have a copy of Leaf here or not. If they don't have a Leaf, we're in a pretty good spot. If they do have a Leaf, we'll probably need to draw stage 1 sooner rather than later. So this attack means that they're going to be dead to Lumineon at any point. Just gonna play around red card and play it out here. They can know it's there. Let's get quacking. They have no potion and no blues. The Lumineon can take the knockout on the Mewtwo at any point. So they probably maneuver back to the Mew here, but that takes the energy off the Mewtwo because they already researched. They can't what's it called this turn? Wonder if there was merit to... Yeah, I think I messed up last turn. I think I was supposed to retreat the Farfetch'd and crack them with the other Farfetch'd rather than give up a knockout point. I think that's gonna be my first mistake of the set. After they clear this Farfetch'd, we're going to go ahead and put Lumineon up because that's a free retreat cost, so it kind of lets us wait to make the decision on what we're doing where. We cannot leave Lumineon in the active spot because they could use it to clear my Staryu, which would be very bad for us. Slap the Mew. Ten cards in deck here. Would definitely be in a better spot if I hadn't given up a knockout point needlessly. They can't clear the Farfetch'd this turn because they didn't put an energy on the Gardevoir. Finally draw a Starmie. Starmie wins the game. 2 Starmies, 9 cards, and a dream. I think I put this to 50. And then they're gonna switch to Gardevoir and clear the Farfetch'd. And then I need to draw Starmie next turn so they can't clear my back line. So we have another redraw, 2 Starmies or a research into Starmie. So that way they can't knock me out, and I can Lumineon them down over 2 turns. So they're gonna knock out Farfetch'd with either Mew or Gardevoir. And then next turn, I can... Next turn, I can draw Starmie. No, they saw the line. They have Mewtwo now. I messed up. I could have played around the Mewtwo by putting the Finneon up. If I would have put, well, I guess if I put the Pidgeot up, I can't Lumineon to clear the Mew. Is the problem. And now I'm just on the 0 outer, yeah? Yeah. It's no Starmie, so it didn't matter anyways. Opponent navigated that game well. I don't know if I made a mistake or not. I had some other plays that were different, but I don't know if they actually win the game based on how buried my Starmies were. Alright, on to the next game. Alright, let's open on a duck again and just actually draw Starmie Staryu sometime. First energy advantage is scary. You always want to open on your 60 HP Pokemon in this matchup. We're going first, so we don't need to play this yet. There's no Giovanni, so we don't have to worry about them clearing this on 2. Them opening routes is really good for us. I'm gonna play all these out to discourage them from red carding us. If they do, it's just neutral. Our best draw next turn is Misty, hit heads, crush them with Starmie. Two Misties and 10 cards, so 1 in 5 and then 50%, so 1 in 10 for that to happen. So 10% to basically win the game on the spot here. Sabrina the Mewtwo up here and start marking damage on it. We get to go crack you for 40. They hit us for 50. We put energy on Starmie, crack them for 40, and they can't just stay in. If they retreat this out, we'll probably energy the Lumineon. Our opponent has no copies of Giovanni in their deck, is why I'm taking this line and using my Sabrina aggressively. They have 2 Leaf, 2 Sabrina, 2 Mythic Slab, and then 1 red card. But you're right, if my opponent had Giovanni in their deck, I can't take this sequence. If they had Giovanni, I would have just far-fetched the routes. If they don't have a Leaf, they're in a pretty mid spot. I suppose if they have Gardevoir next turn, we're in trouble. Yeah, actually, if they have Gardevoir next, maybe this Sabrina was wrong. If they have Gardevoir, they switch Mewtwo and put it up, and then I think we're actually dead. Yeah, I messed up. I should have pressured the Gardevoir and made them have the Leaf to switch it out. It would have forced them to have Leaf or I clear their Accelerant, and they probably don't beat me in games where they don't have the acceleration, right? Yeah, I made a mistake. Do they have Gardevoir on curve to punish my mistake? They're in the tank here, so maybe they don't have it. What a fucking asshole. I hate people so much. Alright. We could maybe win the game. No, I can't. We're just dead. I made a mistake and I'm frustrated I made a mistake, but then like running the clock down every single game for 4 games that we played is so frustrating. Made one small mistake. That sucks. It's always Mewtwo players too that are like, take the clock and run it all the way down, and then play the unbeatable card that you can never beat. It's not even the Gardevoir on curve. The Gardevoir on curve is one thing. It's just like the fact that they, like, even if they were thinking about playing it, they could have played it out and then done the thinking, right? No, my mistake was I should have left the routes in the active spot and far-fetched it, is what I should have done. I didn't have any player agency in the first game. My Starmies were just buried and I was super unlucky. But that second game, I used my Sabrina wrong. And you can't just focus on the games where you're unlucky if you want to get better. And that's, you know, that's one of the reasons why I like this deck and we're going to keep playing it, is most of the matches that I lose, I can look back on some of the games. Yeah, the slab missed. So they had the Gardevoir from the start and then played the slab and then tanked a bunch of other stuff as well. Just had it all after my mistake. But again, if I just use the Farfetch'd on the Gardevoir, honestly, I think I learned something about that match. Jace was playing against Charizard, so I'd bet they're dead too. Unless they ran real hot. Oh, they're up a game. Good for them. Hope they win it. Did you beat them? I hope you beat them. Hope you win it all. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, my takeaway from playing that set is that, I need to prioritize killing Gardevoir in that game. I think if I given the option, I should prioritize clearing Gardevoir rather than putting damage on Mewtwo. I think is my takeaway from playing that. And that gives me a new way to approach and think about the matchup. Because we split 2 games in 2 games, and one of the games that we lost, I ran absurdly bad, and the other one I made a small mistake, not understanding what was important in the matchup. Yeah. I know I said we might play other decks in tournaments this week, but I'm a liar. At least tomorrow, we're going to run this deck back too. Do you think this deck is similar to fighting decks where Lumineon is Hitmonlee and Starmie is Aerodactyl? Kinda. I think this deck gets more free wins. Starmie is a more powerful card than Aerodactyl and is more consistent. All right, gamers, it's 4 o'clock. We've been live for almost 7 hours. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an afternoon. I appreciate everybody that played through that. It sucks to lose, but I feel like I learned something in that last matchup that we can take and apply games in the future. I'll be back tomorrow morning. I'm gonna do a nice full day again. If you're someone that's new and you enjoy high-level Pokemon Pocket play inside of tournaments, we're also working with other fun off-meta things on the in-between. Be sure to make sure you're subscribed to the channel and come back again. Usually I'm here from about 9 or 9:30 a.m. Central till about 3:30 or 4 or so in the afternoon, depending on how the things go. To our 2 people that had viewer deck submissions that were towards the end there, I'm gonna kick off with those in the morning. I owe some more games with this pile of cards. Oh, my game crashed, telling me aside. I owe some more games with the Kangaskhan Pidgeot deck, and then I owe games with a BHM Brew as well. So we'll start with those. We'll start with those tomorrow. We'll take some more viewer submissions. We're gonna play another tournament. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Pocket's been a ton of fun. If you haven't done it already, Jace, who's another Hoaglandian in this tournament, just to share the thing here. They are playing Executor Aerodactyl, super competitive 2-color deck. This is the highlight on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel today, and YouTube is hating it. It's not showing it to people. So if you want to see a sweet 2-color deck in action that top-8'd this tournament as well, that's top-8'd a bunch of other tournaments, it's very competitive, be sure to check that out on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel up there right now, and I'll be back with more live tomorrow. And I'll read someone on the Twitch side. Anybody else streaming Pocket that I like? No one that I follow is currently playing Pocket, so I'm gonna go ahead and raid some a random one. Peace, folks. Be kind.